Under the rules of order of the council, it is now about 4 minutes after 10. We are to call the meeting to order and call the roll for determination of quorum. So I would like to call this special meeting of the General Council of the Seminole District of Oklahoma for April 29, 2017 to order, and ask the Secretary to call the roll, please.
Leah Sampson. Leah Sampson. Anthony Conley. Anthony Conley. John Narcomy. John Narcomy. Rena Tiger. Here. Kent Denby. Kent Denby. Kevin Hardiman. Kevin Hardiman. Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixico. Here. David Narcomy.
Here.
Kelly Davis. Kelly Davis. Sterling Springer. Sterling Springer. Patricia Kishkaton. Patricia Kishkaton. Karen Fulbright. Here. Nanette Hazelwood. Here. Jennifer Horn. Jennifer Horn. Sina Yesler. Here. Marilyn Moore. Here. Lottie Cootie. Here. Abraham Ferrani.
Here.
Susie Harjo. Here. Emmon Spain.
Here.
Wayne Shaw. Wayne Shaw. Catherine McCoy. Here. Charlie Hill.
Here.
Fannie Harjo. Fannie Harjo. Dwayne Miller.
Present.
Ralph Coker.
Here.
Cherry Hardiman. Cherry Hardiman.
We have 16 members present. We do have a quorum this morning.
Chair, I understand Fanny
Is out, not going to be here today. Not heard from anyone else. I do know a couple members from Judah will be late today. She's on the way as well. So, hopefully members will join us as we proceed with the meeting. Okay. So, Mr. Hardman has arrived. We'll let them take their seats, and I'll ask for the opening prayer. Mr. Fulbright, would you open us with a short prayer this morning?
Heavenly Father, as we gather here today with this General Council, I ask that you watch over us and guide us today in our decision-making for the nation. Father, I ask for peace. I ask for guidance, words, that we all say the right thing today to get our nation going. I want to thank you for the weather, the rain. It's very much needed. I pray for safe travels today on the way home for everybody. And be with all those that have had loss in their family and death. May you give them comfort and strength to get through the time. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Moving on to the next items of business, which are reading of the minutes of the last meeting. You have in your packet the minutes for quarterly meeting of March 4, 2017. What's the pleasure of the council?
Make a motion for approval. Ask for
Is there a motion approved? Seconded? Are there any corrections, amendments to the minutes as presented in your packet? Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Sampson. Anthony Conley. John Narcomy. Rena Tiger. Yes. Kent Denby. Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco, David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer, Patricia Kishkaton, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Getzler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Fanny Harjo, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Terry Hardeman,
By a count of 20 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions, those minutes are approved. Next item of business are the minutes for March 16, 2017. Mr. Narcome. Motion to approve. Second by Representative Hardeman. What's the pleasure of the council? Are there any corrections, additions to the minutes as presented in your packet?
Call for the question.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson, Anthony Conley, John Narcome, Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kent Denby, Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer, Patricia Kishkaton, Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Getzler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes. Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Terry Hardeman,
Count of 20 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. Those minutes are hereby approved. Moving on to unfinished business. We have tribal resolution 2016-10. Representative Shaw with request of the council.
I'm gonna bring it up to David today,
Okay.
and, tribal resolution, well, it's to finish that cemetery down there, that we've approved and approved and approved and disapproved funding. We approved the land, we approved everything, but we didn't approve any kind of funding, so. I want to see if we can fund this, but this funding source here, I mean, I'm not gonna ask for that, I'm gonna ask for what remains of other ones left, under that $600 payout, whatever, for that. I'm gonna ask that it be incorporated in here, don't actually, special trustee to disperse any money to us, because this money's already here, sitting in the bank. I don't know exactly how much, I asked, but I don't know, it changes day to day, so. I'm ready off floor, and I'm gonna ask for a second.
Motion made and seconded. If I understand correctly, Representative Shaw, you're asking that the source of payment for your request be the remaining settlement funds on deposit here in at Seminole Nation. So we would strike on line 17 any reference to the federal trust account number JA 706-16913 and substitute settlement funds. You want, no, I think we call it household assistance payment.
Holdover money from
Yeah,
the
so-
household assistance payment.
So in line 16, where it says settlement funds, we would replace the word settlement with remaining household assistance payment fund.
So it don't hurt so bad, we can tell them how much that is.
It's approximately $415,000.
A lot of that's what we need, but at least it's a start. I owe y'all that attach them to
And we would then make a similar adjustment in line 21 as far as where the funds would come from. Again, now you're asking for the full amount of reducing 650 to 415. That would occur in line 16. And again in line 21. Now, do you see any other changes we should make to this before I open it up for discussion? I guess most of the language in 38 and 42, well, maybe not 38, but certainly 42, again, would have to change reference to the source account. All the way through, the source of account would change. And the amount would change, 415,000. Before I open the floor, does everyone understand the changes that Representative Shaw is requesting to the bill that he has introduced for your consideration? Representative Arkin.
Just run through that one more time.
Okay. And I'm only citing the changes in lines 15 to 21. Many of these changes will have to go all the way through. Line 16, allocating $415,000 from the remaining household assistance program funds. And it's actually, I don't know the bank account or the number, but it is a local bank account. And he's wanting to use that, and then again, on lines 21, we would again substitute 415,000 and strike from trust account number. It is a local bank. Sherry, what bank is that? Security State. The bank that holds this account is Security State. I'm not sure how we would word that in here, whether you'd want the account number listed, but certainly a Security State Bank is the account. Wayne?
That'd be up to the county along the other side.
There's a name to that account, I think.
Yeah, it's the Household Assistance Program account.
No,
Is it?
no. It has another name.
Pardon?
It has another name, treasurer should know.
What's the name of that account? Settlement funds? Okay. We could say the remaining settlement funds held in Security State Bank and then work from there. Is that,
No, formerly the household assistant, because there's a CD in there too.
okay. Formerly the household, it is household assistance health programs held in the settlement fund account at Security State Bank. We're gonna definitely have to have the Attorney General work on this one. But, so line 16, we replaced 650,000 with 415 from the remaining settlement funds for the household assistance program held in Security State Bank, is what I would say at this point.
Yeah.
And then we would use that, substitute that same language in 21. And that language would have to be substituted throughout the resolution document, where 615,000 in reference to the trust account number is listed. Is that acceptable, Wayne? Any other questions? Otherwise, before I open it on what Mr. Shaw is requesting, before I open it up to the floor. Representative Cuddy?
My question is this total with the dollars that had not been collected?
This is, when you say not been collected, what do you mean?
I mean, remember, there was some parents that had enrolled their children and everything and never came back?
No, this excludes that amount. This 415 is what the treasurer says would be available just for any use. Representative Miller, I believe you had your hand up first. Go to you.
Chairman, I object to using these funds at this time. Up until today, we didn't know where the source of funds were coming from. And so consequently, our band, when we met Thursday night, didn't have a chance to discuss this, and we feel very strongly that this settlement was the people's money, meaning the Seminole Nation. So I don't think we can just arbitrarily just use it as a source without getting the people's permission. And so, maybe we're the only ones that feel that way, I don't know, but I feel like this should have been brought to the bands and saying that source of funds are gonna come from this particular monies. I'm not against that, what Mr. Shaw is advocating. I think it's needed. However, the money itself is also a source of contingent for me, because I feel the people should have their say-so. So I'm going to ask that this be tabled until the next council meeting, so that we'll have time to bring it to our bands. And I ask for a second.
Have a motion to table, do I hear a second?
Second.
Seconded. Secretary, would you call the roll on the motion to table?
Leah Sampson,
That's what it's saying.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kent Denby, Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixito,
No.
David Narcome,
No.
Kelly Davis,
No.
Starling Springer, Patricia Kishkaton, Karen Fulbright,
No.
Nanette Hazelwood,
No.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
No.
Susie Harjo,
No.
Emmett Spain,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill.
Secretary, we'll need to start this count over. We'll call the roll again on this issue, Secretary.
Leah Sampson, Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kent Denby, Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixito,
No.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Starling Springer, Patricia Kishkaton, Karen Fulbright,
No.
Nanette Hazelwood,
No.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
No.
Susie Harjo,
No.
Emmett Spain,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Fanning Harjo, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Jerry Hardeman,
By a count of 14 yes, 8 no, and 0 abstentions, this measure is hereby tabled until the next meeting. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-12, Representative Narcome.
Yes, sir. The possession ban wishes to bring this back off the table and for a vote. I know that we have had time to examine this, and for those who have had a forum to vote on this, the possession ban is asking for a vote on this up or down. And the comments on this is the fact that from the minutes that we have read, that there were some questions about protocol or having the Constitution Revision Committee take a look at that. But really, that's kind of a moot point at this point, because anything that the committee would have done or recommended would have to be approved by the council anyway. I spoke with a person, or a former member of the Constitution Revision Committee, and this was one of the issues they were discussing in favor of. In fact, they were going to make that recommendation to the council for the same concept. And so, to such a ban, I'd like to present this to the council for an up or down vote, and I'm asking for a second on this motion.
Do I hear a second? Second by Representative Hardeman. Representative Shaw.
Well, I want to start it off. I know it's going to be, well, I want to tell you now, Mr. Narkman, I was on the last revision committee, and that was, we talked about it, that's all it was. Whoever told you that they were going to recommend that has kind of stretched the truth a little bit. And the biggest thing I have a problem with, I know you put it on the tablet, we need to change it, we need, whatever you say, we'll do. And then you finally ended up with your chairman sitting as your second. But this, you're wanting this to go into effect in September, am I not right?
That's correct.
And it can't go into effect in September for the simple reason, if there are two people chosen by your people, your band, to sit in your seats, whether it's you and Mr. Davis or some other person sitting in your seats, who's going to determine which one gets off? So that's not fair to those two people who ran, spent their good earned money to get out here and do all this, and then you turn around and violate one of those people's rights. It might be yours, might be Kelly's, might be two other people. But you're violating their rights by saying, hey, you ran, but it don't count now because I didn't like it. You want to cut that in half, you've been told several times, cut the pay in half. And I'll guarantee you, I'd go for that. I'll take a pay cut. I'm not a rich man or anything, but the thing we're looking at is you're looking for a solution to a financial problem. It's what you're using that as. Well, it's not a financial problem. You're still going to have to pay out $300 to those people, even though it's half the pay. So why don't you cut the council's pay in half, request that, it'd probably go through quicker than trying to change the Constitution. And I do beg your pardon, I think that it does go through protocol and precedents has been set over the years, how we put things on our Constitution revision. But, well, I'm not an expert on everything, but that right there, I do know that I didn't put anything on Facebook or on this portal for the simple reason that whatever I put on there was going to be construed as being negative. I'm not trying to be negative about anything, but you're going to disrupt the way of life as far as the Seminole people goes. And the reason they left it at 2, they took it from 3 to 2. The reason they did that, and I thought it was a very good reason, is to keep the chief from controlling your council. Right now, you might be in his pocket, I might be in his pocket. Nobody knows who's in whose pocket, but if you sit here and there's days that our chief comes up here and happened in the last administration quite a bit, I want this, and over half the council was already in the chief's pocket. Right now, we do get a split vote every now and then. So I'm gonna leave it at that and leave the floor to you.
Go to Representative Narkman.
I'd like to ask the Attorney General how he feels about that, where we would be electing 2 people on our ballot, but still only seating 1.
You know, I think the pros and cons and the practical issues have been addressed, but I do think there's another practical consideration, and that is having a representative and a backup, basically standing by and standing ready, under this plan. But I also think it interferes with deep-seated culture and tradition having 2 council members, 2 representatives per band. But those are, policy issues for the council to weigh.
But you feel in general that the issues that Representative Shaw brought up have been addressed within the,
Yes.
oh, thank you.
I would add, though, that in a number of modern tribal governments, the trend is to have a smaller, more nimble legislative body, that can get the business done more efficiently.
Thank you.
That, Seminole needs to weigh its cultural traditions and representation that way.
Representative Shaw, if I can allow other council members.
I want to ask him a question to address that one issue. Even if we pass it in June, if it's passed in June, it doesn't go into effect till September, well, how does that jeopardize the 2-band system right now? Because we're gonna have to go back and take one off. I'm sure not gonna stand there and tell somebody you gotta get off because this bill passed. And we've got to face that. It still don't go into effect for 4 more years according to our laws anyway. So here we are arguing over something. If you want to change it, set it for 4 years from now, not tomorrow.
Just for point of clarification, if I may, Mr. McBride, would you read Article 4, Section 1? I don't have it's not numbered here, but it's on the would be the 1, 2, 3. It's under the election notice, second page of the election notice at the bottom of the page, beginning with the effective date. And read that to the council, and read the rest of that article to the council.
And you're looking off this portion.
This is the actual text of what would be on the ballot.
Show me where you're
Beginning about there.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is in the document prepared by the Attorney General's office entitled Election Notice. On the second page of the election notice, past the summary proposed amendments, begins the actual text of the ballot that would be presented to the people for consideration. What I'm asking the Attorney General to read is the bottom of the page begins the paragraph that begins effective September 7, 2017. McBride, read that please.
Is everybody following along? This is on page 2 of the election notice, bottom of the page. Effective September 2nd, 2017, the number of representatives on the general council from each band shall be reduced from 2 to 1. This reduction shall be implemented at the general council inauguration on September 2nd, 2017, by inaugurating only 1 band representative from each band who shall hold office for the term commencing on September 2nd, 2017. The 1 representative from each band who be inaugurated on September 2nd, 2017, and who shall sit on the general council for the term commencing on September 2nd, 2017, shall be the band representative who obtained a plurality of the votes in the election for the term in which the representative is to be seated. In each subsequent election, each band shall elect a single representative to the general council.
The question of when the article would take effect is listed here, and the manner in which, again, as all of you know, on that date, we would be potentially electing 2. Should this amendment fail, we would still have 2, we would still take the 2 top as we always do. Under the terms of this amendment, should it pass that day, then on September 2nd, we would only seat the person who received the highest number of votes in the band's election. And that's how I understand this term to be. Now, I have Representative Narcombe who's wanting to speak, Representative Hazelwood, and Representative Goody.
Shaw was pointing out, the issue of the $300 being the bigger focus. It really is, that's just a secondary effect. The session band really wants to help, as the Attorney General was saying, streamline the council, so make the decision making much more smoother and faster as well too. And as far as being in somebody's pocket, and those are the allegations that Mr. Shaw was saying, well, I think that's some sort of a personal agenda there. I don't think anything personal. I think we're all trying to work for the nation here, trying to move forward, we're trying to make good decisions. And I just ask for your votes up or down on this issue.
Representative Hazelwood?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate Representative Narcome's motives for wanting to do this, and I understand the reasons. My thing is, we have a lot of band members outside the band system that don't get to go to meetings and all, and if this is their one opportunity to participate in anything tribal, this is it, this general election. And this is where they're from out of state, they get to vote in and everything. And I think to take that away from them would be kind of harmful to this tribe. I mean, this is the only way that they can participate. Some of them don't work, they don't live around here, they cannot go to band meetings, and yet they're kind of jeopardized in a way too, because we have the same people on the boards and things that we vote on, and these people don't get a chance to do that. I mean, they're not part of the club, they're not part of this area, we don't know them, but yet they have a really good resume, and you're ready to serve. I mean, we always need fresh new faces and ideas, but they're at a disadvantage. And let's not take that away from them. I'm not trying to be negative or anything either, but this is, you know, this council has been split these past 4 years on issues. So we've seen a lot where the bands have been split too. So it kind of gives, you know, voices, ideas, and openness, I think, a little bit better. And I was also on the Constitution Revision Committee, and I do not recall anybody wanting to bring this forward, as Mr. Shaw has stated. Thank you.
Representative Cody?
We discussed this a little bit in our band, and one of the things that we discussed was that I think we should still have 2 representatives and let them run, and if both of them get in, take the 2 top ones and let the band decide who's going to be the primary and the alternate. We should have primary and alternate only because the primary is out. You have to have somebody to represent the band, and the alternate would fill in. So you have representative at all the meetings. If you only have one, if that person gets sick or whatever happens, you don't have representative at the council meeting. So if you can have primary and alternate, the primary would attend most of the meetings, but if they're out sick or whatever, the alternate can step in and be able to have still that vote on the floor. So this is what we talked about, and we thought that might be the way to answer, but it would, the 2 would run, the top 2 would be sworn in at the same time, but the band would be able to pick their primary and the alternate. Well, the one that gets the highest count would be the primary anyway, and the alternate with the next count vote. So I think that you have to have representatives on this council at all times. So this is what we discussed, and I think that's the way our band would rather see it that way.
Representative Hazelwood again, and Representative Moore.
Thank you, Representative Cootie. But my thing is still, the ones out there, the ones that do not get to come to these local band meetings, okay, for whatever reason, okay, it's still, they're not part of this. They're not going to be part of the next 4 years if we do it that way as well. Please think about the people outside this jurisdiction, the ones that vote by mail, the ones that cannot come to these meetings. They work in the evenings, or for whatever reasons. We hear some of them that there's so much fighting and arguing at these band meetings, they don't want to go. So be thinking of those people as well. This is their time. This is their opportunity to participate in the tribe. It's just one thing, the only time.
Representative Moore?
No, it's about the part where it says that will get the one with the most votes. I think the band has, all the bands, they should have the opportunity to pick the one
The
to
word
be on
clarity, that's what clarity.
you know, because, I think it would be just, you know, good that way, you know, because if somebody comes in, you know, and, they haven't been to band meetings, as I said, and then they start, and, they'd have to start, it's just like starting all over, you know? And, I think it would be good if the band, all the bands would be able to pick the one that's gonna sit on council, if it passes. And let them decide, you know, because it's, you know, it's up to the band, you know, because the people that do come to the band meetings, it is their decision. They're the ones that are gonna, you know, say, you know, I'd rather have them up there, you know. They're the ones that are gonna talk. And we're always saying, our people, it's for them. So, I think, you know, that if it does pass it, you know, they should have the opportunity to decide on who's gonna sit on council, not with just who's got the most votes.
Representative Gonzalez and Representative Yesel.
Am I mistaken, but is this not going to be on the ballot?
At this point, the answer is no. Only if the council approves. By a positive vote would it go to the people for consideration.
All right, because, well, our band, you know, that we are for this particular issue. However, the elders in our band felt that it should go, the Constitution should be changed first before
That's what would have
it's
to happen.
presented.
This
And I
would
know
change.
this does change.
Yeah, this would change the Constitution.
But they felt it should be discussed, you know, in the Constitution Revision Committee first.
No, okay.
But that was just our,
Representative Yesel.
I have clarification.
My band, this is working, I guess not. Okay, well, we talked about it in things as well, at my band. And my band chief is actually was part of the Constitution Revision Committee, and she would agree that, this was never discussed. This was not brought up. This was not something that was going to be brought up to the council as a change. We've discussed this as well. Our issue was, some of these bands don't meet. Some bands are split. Some bands vote against what their members say, and some bands vote because they don't agree with each other as we're here on the floor. And yes, that is a band issue, but at the same time, that is a problem. And I know it was brought up that if the band chief could be an alternate, we run into conflict. We've got one out of state. We've got one possibly a conflict if, you know, how the election goes. Band chiefs are changing because bands are always fighting. So you're gonna have two band chiefs. I mean, if that was brought, I know that was an email. I didn't see it in here as the change. But we don't agree. I mean, the original reason why this was brought up was the reduction of the money. Yes, take the pay down. We are here for the people. We are not here for money. I mean, I know I'm not. And I've had people tell me, well, why do you show up to the meetings? Well, why do I show up? Because that's one less vote of no on something that shouldn't pass. That's why. The reduction of this, if we want to get more of the people involved and do this, why don't we do what absentee and sacrifice do? Have a business committee and have the people make the form and their votes count on how the agenda passes and goes. We can do that as well.
Representative Shaw.
That's the part of the band's got that's a good idea, but the thing is, and you're right, your band chairman and people change out. A lot of these bands don't even make quorum. And if two people are chosen in a band, and then those top two are decided on by the band, the thing you need to understand, my band is small. But I have people out of state, I have people probably all over the world. The thing is, if they voted to put two people in as band representatives, it's my 15 or 20 people at my band meeting doing those people justice if they voted for this person here, and we put them off as band because we didn't care for them or we didn't think they were going to do it. what you have done is you've taken the vote of the people away from them and saying, select few will do for our nation. Because I'll use myself for an example. Many times I'm disliked because I'll tell you where to get off. That's fine. It's the same way in my band. They get mad at me. There's times that we ought to just take you off. Well, take me off. But if it comes down to that, and say that Mr. Spain and I win this together as band representatives, and they feel that Mr. Spain ought to be on there, haven't they taken my vote that I got, taken that away from those people who voted for me? I'm not saying none of them, but the thing is, you've got to look at, you're taking the vote away from the people that originally, you're taking a whole vote and saying, this select few will say who sits on that council. That's what you're doing. And so I have a lot of qualms with this. I had something that's, I think that's more important than that, but we don't want to discuss that now because we need separation of powers bad.
The Assistant Chief has asked for an opportunity to make a point of clarification. If there's no objection to council at this point, I'll give him the floor, and then we'll come back to Representative Fulbright and Representative Markey.
I do acknowledge and respect all the comments from our Honorable General Counsel. There has been much talk, I think, that would be in favor of reducing the council under certain situations. The band needs to be represented. We're looking across this council floor right now. You have several bands that only have one representative here today. If indeed that was the one representative that represented that band then would not have a voice. That's why the alternate theory was brought up, so that all bands, in case of a funeral, in case of a sickness, in case of absence, for any reason at all, that there could be someone who could sit on this seat as a council and have a voice for that band. That was a simple request. Nuth Caparzo, made some comments according to that. But just what Wayne just said actually would negate the voice of the general election of that particular band if things were done in that way. Now, what could be done, just like whatever the traditions of the Seminole, according to that band's traditions, there could be an alternate that could be placed if we go to a single council representative in case that general council member could not. You could make those kind of adjustments. That's why things like this, when suggestions come out, things that would make things more plurality and give the bands the greatest opportunity for their voice on this general council, these things aren't adversarial when these suggestions come up. These are wise things that should be taken in deep consideration. So from that point of view, I think we should have listened, and we should have did what needed to do to allow, in the absence of a band, that one person that they still have a voice on the council with an alternate. That's my opinion. Look at the bands who don't have both of them here today. You would not have a voice today on this council. And a couple of them's the largest bands in our tribe.
Representative Fulbright.
I think we pretty much all discussed and brought our opinions in on this. And as it stands right now, we have that system. We have two individuals sitting on the council. And if one didn't make it, you've got another one sitting here currently representing the band. The alternate, they're going to have to be on top of things just like that representative. Are they going to know what's going on, every day, and then they're doing the same amount of work as that main representative, and If we need you, we need you. If we don't, we don't. Okay? So is that a fair game there?
It's a bad decision.
Anyway, I just feel like we've talked this and I call for the question.
Question's been called for. We have exceeded our time limit. The question's been called for. Secretary, would you call the roll on the proposal?
Leah Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narcome,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Kent Denby, Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixaco,
No.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kishkiton, Karen Fulbright,
No.
Nanette Hazelwood,
No.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Cindy Yesler,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Abraham Ferrani,
No.
Susie Harjo,
No.
Emmons Spain,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman,
A count of 4 yes, 20 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have failed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-16. Representative Narcome. What's your request of the council today?
We're going to keep this one tabled.
This item will remain tabled. Scott.
I'm ready.
We move on to the next item of business and reports from committees. The tribal auditors, RDW LLC, has asked for the opportunity. We're still in the process of completing the tribal audit, and they're new to, this is their first year conducting an audit. And they had asked for the opportunity to present some issues and questions to you directly for your consideration in terms of completion of the audit. And they've been on standby since 10:30. So if you all will
governmental financial reporting format. Now, the commission engaged us to perform the 2016 audit, and through those procedures, we noted the reporting format for the regulatory commission to be inconsistent with the nation based on, review of the corporate bylaws and just the nature of the reporting format under GASB, which the nation follows, as well as its enterprises and any other department, the nation. Therefore, our request, our recommendation for the Business Regulatory Commission was to report that commission, the financial reporting format, under a governmental fund reporting format versus its traditional enterprise fund reporting format. This will help put together the governmental-wide financial statements a lot easier and make a much smoother process, as opposed to trying to go through and figure out the different variations or transactions throughout the year. And in accordance with GAAP, it's the more proper way to report those that financial statement. This, however, does not change any type of operational procedures. It doesn't change any type of code or anything. It's just more for the financial reporting format, are basically our standards as accountants that we follow. And we think that that's the best way to move forward with the regulatory commission, and putting that and incorporate it into the nation's government-wide financial statements. The second item, okay, yeah.
Is that correct? Here?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be the same thing you're doing now, right, or not?
No, they're recommending that your report, when it is prepared, would report in the same format, the governmental format, not the enterprise format that you've been using. So we would no longer have to convert the report. It would automatically come in the form that we would need to incorporate in the single audit act.
I guess my, concern would be that the BCR would be considered governmental. Is that what we're saying?
The BCR is a governmental agency.
And not enterprise?
They're not an enterprise, no. You're an agency of the government by law.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's the reason that they're applying this, they're asking for this report format change.
Okay.
Is that correct, Mr. Benally?
That is correct, Principal Chief.
Miller?
I just had a question. Would that BCR, would the financial information, would that be transferred to the tribal or under audit would that come under your auspices, or would that, how would that work out?
Hopefully I understand your question right, but in the past, the BCRC had a separate auditor than the nation. And for 2016, BCRC engaged RDW to perform their audit as well. The plan is to issue a separate report still for BCRC, in addition to including them into the government-wide financials. From that standpoint, nothing has changed from the past.
So there'd be relatively no change, or none at all, or it would stay under the BCR?
That's just the reporting format. Yeah.
Representative Shaw?
Am I mistaken, tell me if I'm wrong, but what he's saying is that we're reporting under one format right now, and then they have to take that format, double work, put it into the GASB or the governmental format that we do. So if we do one format from our governmental, it'll be conformity across the board, is that correct?
Yes, we would eliminate that.
Okay, that sounds like we're spending too much money to do both of them, so let's do the best we can with one.
Any other questions? Representative Gonzalez?
You mentioned that the report that we did before, was by tribal format, and you said it was inconsistent with our bylaws. Now, by doing it under the government fund, will this bring it in compliance with our bylaws? Is that what you're saying?
We do that one. Yeah, thank you for the question. As the principal chief said, that the commission is a governmental agency, and like Mr. Benally was saying, is that in the past it was done under a for-profit model, okay? And what we're saying is convert it to a governmental model, which is more traditional for like a taxing authority, a taxing commission that we've seen at other tribes. At other tribes, either the taxing function is just rolled up into the general fund, which is, I'm not saying that, or it's recorded as a governmental fund. Hold on, I lost you for a second there. So it'll, from a reporting perspective, it'll put the commission on a governmental basis, which will be consistent to how it's being reported in the tribe's overall report. And that conversion won't have to happen. And it's just at the financial reporting level only, not at the operational level. It's just a generally accepted accounting principle matter.
In order to give the auditors clear guidance on this issue, what's the preference of the council? Would you like to vote on the recommendation just so that your decision is clear? Or do you want to do this? Is there a consensus of the council to accept the recommendation? How would you like to do that? Representative Shaw?
We come up with this about verbal stuff, and everybody said, well, it isn't in black and white. I'm hearing this with our younger people out here saying, if it's not in black and white, it's not so. So I think that we do need to vote on this to bring into conformity all our formats, and I ask for a second.
So what we would be doing is we would be voting to accept the auditor's recommendation to state the Business Corporate Regulatory Commission's audited financials consistent with governmental accounting standards. I believe that is the recommendation. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Representative Fulbright.
So would this affect any other of our divisions?
No, this is specific to BCR. You're the only one that's had this different report. Everyone, the other separate reports are considered enterprises of the nation. You're the only one that's actually an agency. This action affects only the Business Corporate Regulatory Commission reporting format. Any further discussion? Questions called for. Secretary to call the roll on the motion to accept the auditor's recommendation.
Leah Sampson? Yes. Anthony Conley?
Yes.
John Archman?
Yes.
Rena Tiger?
Yes.
Ken Andy? Kevin Hardeman?
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Nancy Fixicko? David Narcome?
Yes.
Kelly Davis?
Yes.
Sterling Springer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood? Nanette Hazelwood? Jennifer Horn?
Yes.
Sina Yesler?
Yes.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani?
Yes.
Susie Harjo?
Yes.
Emmons Spain?
Yes.
Wayne Shaw?
Yes.
Catherine McCoy?
Yes.
Charlie Hill?
Yes.
Fanny Harjo? Dwayne Miller?
No.
Ralph Coker?
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman?
By a count of 23 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstentions, the motion to approve the recommendation of the auditor is hereby approved. Mr. Benali, the next issue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chief. The second item is once again another financial reporting recommendation for the nation's financial statements. As most of you are aware, the nation has what they call a single audit in regards to the federal funds received by the government or any other state fund, state agency. And because of that, the nation undergoes an audit of its federal awards. In addition to that, an audit of its financial statements as well. And at the end of the audit, the financial statements are submitted along with the single audit report to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. And all that information is submitted online and available for the public. Within that financial reporting format, currently the nation reports on a government-wide financial reporting format, which includes the nation's enterprise funds, component units, the entire spectrum of the nation's primary government. And as Mr. Friend had indicated, this is, our first year going through and working with the nation, talking with management about the various business enterprises the nation owns and different relationships between the nation's other business units, if you will. And a part of that, we're still trying to figure out some of the reporting issues and to get that, all squared away. So what our recommendation is to ensure that, the nation meets the June 30, 2017 deadline for the single audit. Our recommendation is that the nation report what they call a Governmental Services Department report. What this report essentially will include are the federal funds that are received from the federal government, an audit over those funds, an audit over any, well, not audit over, but it will display the state agency funds, and then anything within the general fund that helps administer the functioning of those federal funds. So essentially what would happen is that they would carve out any non-federal related departments or funds out of the government-wide report, which was traditionally submitted to the Federal Audit Clearinghouse. This will also include an exclusion of the enterprise funds, any component units, essentially just showing purely governmental activities. And this has been a recommendation that we've recommended to many of our clients, tribes, communities, or any other nations across the country, just because this helps meet the deadline, because a lot of the times this is common that we come across new entities and trying to figure out where they belong on the government-wide financials, trying to wrangle down that information to meet the deadline. In addition to that, probably the more important part of it is to not have publicly available the nation's proprietary information, such as this gaming activities. Because currently, although tribes are currently excluded from submitting the entire financial statement online, any person could make a request to see those financial statements. So what our recommendation is that the nation record or issue a separate governmental services department report to, number one, meet the deadline as of June 30, 2017, and protect the nation's proprietary information
From being public.
from being public information moving forward.
Does council understand the recommendation from the auditor? What we've done in the past, as was noted, all of our information has been included in our Single Audit Act and is generally available, as indicated, for public review beyond our membership. What the auditor is recommending is that we split that report and create a subset of that report specifically for our federal and related funds, and submit that report to the federal government for their review. Your overall audit report would still be prepared, but it would not be submitted. But it would only be available to our membership and to whomever you decided that audit report would be available to. And that's the distinction. And a lot of tribes follow that practice, as the auditors indicated, because there's a lot of information about our business activities that, unless you want to disclose those for a particular purpose beyond the membership, you may not want that information available, just in the general American public. Anything that we submit that we receive federal funds, obviously, is going to be subject to any citizen of the United States can request that information. So what they're recommending is that you take a step that we have not considered in the past to better secure and control and keep in your control the release of information related to the Seminole Nation. You'll still get a complete audit report, but we'll issue this one report, the governmental services report, as indicated, in June. Don't know when. That puts us on a timeline, probably still in late June, maybe July, when the final report would be issued. I don't have updated information on that. But you will still get a final audit report, but we will meet the deadline for submission of the Single Audit Act requirements using the government audit or the government report, service report that the auditors are recommending. So there would be two reports issued, one primarily for consumption by the federal agencies, and a larger report, all-inclusive report similar to what you've been seeing, would be the audit of the Seminole Nation. It would include then all of our government programs and all of our enterprises. Representative Shaw?
I agree with that, but one of the things that I need to ask, looking at today's agenda, state chair that we're doing some change. We're doing some changes from bringing forward money from 3 years ago, 4 years ago, bringing it forward, we incorporated it into the budget. Now that's happening today. What kind of budget report can they give? How will they be able to audit what happened 3 years or 4 years ago and put it into this year's audit? That's one of the things.
It's not 3 or 4 years ago. These are contracts that were issued. So for example, they audit the adult education contract, which is one of the ones from the prior year. All of those contracts are still open because the funds are appropriated and open until they're spent. we have 3 years from the date of the initial contract on, generally, to spend that money. So even though it's by our requirements, we have a budget for 2013, we have a budget for 2014, 15, 16. If the budget contract period is still open, that budget is still there, we can modify and expend that budget up until the end of the period that's available. So we're only dealing with expenditures in 17. We're not dealing with prior year expenditures, even though the contract is for a prior year. The funds are still rolling, the contract is still open. You have a question, you have a question for the auditors on the recommendation for the separate reports? If not, to give them clear guidance, Representative.
Since they go here separate reports, is each report going to cost
No, I don't.
separate?
Mr. Benally, question is each report going to have a separate cost? And I think there is some additional cost. Representative Bonner, pardon me.
Okay, let me make sure I got that right. You asked if there was a separate cost to this, right?
Reports.
It would be falling under the regular contract.
Yeah, no additional cost.
Representative Miller?
Sure, I'm making a motion, we accept the recommendations.
Okay. We have a motion and second to accept the auditor's recommendation to issue a separate governmental services report, and with the understanding to the council and the public that, you know, a complete audit report will be also prepared for the for the people of the nation. Any further discussion on the motion? Questions called for. Secretary, to call the roll, please, on the motion to accept the recommendation.
Leanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kent Denby, Kevin Hartman, Heidi Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixito, David Narcome, Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkitons,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yessa,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Tootie, Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Fanny Harjo, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Rob Coker,
Yes.
Terry Hartman,
By a count of 21 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions, that recommendation is hereby approved. Gentlemen, next.
Principal Chief, that will be our conclusion for our recommendations. Thank you for your time, and thank you to the General Counsel for their time as well.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We can move on to other reports. These are requests from the council for list Representative Narcome.
Yes. The Historic Preservation Office, and also I'm just going to thank the council for their perspective on that.
Mr. Asher? Good. Now they'll be scared.
The HPO officer, Mr. Theodore Isom, is on consultation, not here today. Is there anything specific, Mr. Narcome, that you wanted to?
Yes, and you might be able to answer question. I was going to talk to him or ask him if he could explain this cell tower issue and the potential revenues that could be generated from that, if that's where it's located, is with the historic preservation.
Right, it is a part of the duties of the Historical Preservation Office. In September of last year, a resolution was presented to the council to participate in the cell tower notification. Within the next few weeks, we did have a resignation of that position. Now, what we did do, according to the resolution, was reserve our rights as a Seminole nation, as a federally recognized tribe. From that time when we didn't have a historical preservation officer, that went through me as the assistant chief to reserve our rights for all those potential reviews that we had the opportunity as a federal recognized tribe to do so. So once that we did advertise for the vacant spot and then had an individual in there who could devote his time to this particular program, it was very, very fruitful and has been very fruitful for us. If you remember, that resolution suggested that for the review process for locations of cell towers, new locales, or additions to those existing cell towers, and we have, and being that Representative Spain is actually involved with another tribe in this same area. What it did, it gave us an opportunity to review and charge a fee for that review, which the council had agreed $800 per review. In the last 3 months, I would say it really started late January 27th, and to this day, we have had about nearly $146,000 that has come in through that. There are some things that the FCC is asking for consultation on. We realize that the estimate can be anywhere from $1 million annually that can be gained from these reviews. But there are some potential challenges coming up with the new administration at the federal level if the regulations begin to change. So we are actually very proactive in that arena as well. So I'm thankful for council approving that, and I think it's going to be very beneficial in the future of the Seminole Nation. One thing that we're looking at in that particular area, Representative Narcomi, is that the upgrades to 5G services, that's where the consultation, I believe, is going to seriously be considered. Because a lot of tribes, some tribes charge a lot more than what our fee is, some charge less. But what some of the consultant companies that actually pay those fees to the nations, they are getting the ear in Washington with the FCC. So there will be potential negotiations, and what they're wanting to do, I believe they would like to see it go away altogether, but at the very least, they want to limit maybe a flat fee for that type of review process, especially for the 5G upgrades. For you that don't realize how many of these component boxes are in some of our areas of interest, say like a city like Atlanta, or say Miami, Orlando, or Tampa Bay, any of those, there's up to 30,000 of these units that would have to be presented in these larger cities. And if you can do the math, 30,000 times the review fee that we have could be a considerable amount of money that comes into the tribe just for one city. So this particular TCNS program has the ability to really produce some great revenues if indeed a lot of changes aren't done by the current federal administration. As far as HPO, I was in Fort Smith, Arkansas this past Monday with Mr. Isham, and one of my main things about going was we know that in the 1800s, late 1800s, that Judge Parker ruled in favor of Indian country and they're doing their 200th anniversary, Fort Smith is. And I'm promoting that they do an exhibit based on the Seminole case. Because what that did, that established a federal ruling that tied the dealings of the United States government from all three branches of government, from the executive, which is the President of the United States, the judicial branch, the federal judicial courts, what Fort Smith was the jurisdictional court that was over the responsibility of the 5 tribes, and also even Congress and the Senate. So what we're doing is substantially, we have those documents. Those are clear documents that trace back the interests of the Seminole Nation to our last treaty of what we call the so-called unassigned lands, which, in my opinion, if it's successful in the future of getting that recognition back, will probably be the most substantial economic impact in contemporary history of the Seminole Nation. That's why some of these things that HPO is doing is very important, not only for the preservation and looking out after our interest in the area of sacred lands, former historical lands, and just to top and end this, Representative Narcomi, what has happened in that TCNS, and I also throw some kudos out to Representative Spain, because we know the tribal town that he works for also has some of the same areas of interest. But the Seminoles have a large span in the southeast, all through Florida, Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Louisiana, Arkansas, Oklahoma, and guess where else? We had Seminoles that trotted down through, over a period of time, through Texas, right? On their way to Mexico. And during the Civil War, because of the U.S. government abandoning the Indian Territory, a great contingent of Seminole and other tribes went to Kansas to seek out the federal agents, and now we have areas of interest even in Kansas. So this particular area covers all those areas. You didn't have to reside there and live there for any particular time. You just had to have some historical trail or even passing through. So it's a great program that we haven't been involved in over the years, and we're kind of getting in late, but the Lord willing, we'll make up some ground here in the very near future. Representative Miller.
Not what I was going to say now. All that history.
Did I take the words out of your mouth, Mr. Miller?
Let me look at my notes. In the news here recently, and I brought this up at the last council meeting, there was a historic tree in Florida that's made several publications in the Native American country, and they call it the Trail of Tears tree. And it's significant to the Seminoles because apparently that's where they're saying that's where one of the trails of Trail of Tears began for the Seminoles when they left Florida. It's a large oak tree, and as I understand it, it's dying. And I know they've consulted the Florida Seminoles, but I asked this council and the chief, if we could find out why we weren't consulted, and if we could maybe get, if the tree is falling apart, if there's some historic value to it, maybe we could get a limb and put it in our museum, or put it on display, or whatever. Historically, we're losing a lot of our information because we don't have no place to store anything. And more and more each year as it passes, we're losing our elders, and the stories of our people are dying out. And I called historic preservation several times to see if they could get some more information. And Mr. Isham is never in. He doesn't return the call. That's all fine and good that y'all went to Fort Smith get all this information for yourselves. But what about the rest of us? We're Seminoles. We want to know about all these things. You know, that there should be a central location where we could go and find these things out. It should be shared. That's why we're paying a lot of money to these people like Mr. Eisner. But we want to know what's going on too. This is our trial. And but I just want to say that I didn't know he was gone on a, what'd you say, sabbatical or something? But it just appears like there's no kind of information coming out of that office. We may just have to abolish it.
I would say that would be a very unwise thing to do, Councilman Miller.
That's your opinion.
What we will do, what I will have Mr. Ison do, and I will also send additional information on HPO 101. I know Mr. Spain could elaborate on that. We have a very limited, and Ms. Harjo elaborated on this while she was with us as well, that a one-staff HPO office cannot really legitimately do all the things that is required under the federal laws.
They can't return a phone call? That's hard?
I allowed you to speak, Mr. Miller. Give me the same opportunity to do so. That we will have and I did that, Sigil Harjo actually asked for that a couple of years ago. I sent something out to that effect, and I will send that out to the rest of the council as well. And just touching base on that, if this money was to grow, there are places that's available that could house HPO, cultural resources, records, and tribal archives. There's a location right now that would be perfect for that. Large space of warehouse, great large spaces of areas of office space, and actually even a place of a store frontage to even start a co-op that would go back into the program. Now that hasn't been presented to the council, but the environment that we're in right now, because of the stances folks are making, and in some cases, some of them are valid, but that hasn't been brought. But obviously, the count's not up to the point where it could do that right now. But we'll sure take those things that you said, Mr. Miller, as a note, and we'll try to be more forward with information. I appreciate your comments.
We'll move on to Representative Narcomi, did you get all your questions answered?
Yes, sir, thank you.
Representative Spain, did you?
Yes, I just wanted to kind of make a statement along the lines of historic preservation is a big area to cover. I mean, I understand Mr. Miller's question and things, but people don't realize that it's actually like an office on two levels. You got the local level where the tribe wants to know their history and see their cultural resources and things like that. And then you got the federal level, which deals with the federal communications and all the federal agencies. So I just like to say that it's pretty overwhelming for one person. I mean, I've done that for years and worked for Creek Nation for 10 years, and we had a staff of 14 people, and it's still overwhelming. But I just want people to understand that it's really an overwhelming job. There's just not enough hours in the day for one person to do everything. So I think if they did have a staff, it could concentrate on the local level and other things like that, and maybe have somebody there to answer the phones or whatever, give this kind of information. But I just want people to understand that preservation is a large area to cover, and it's pretty overwhelming for one person to handle everything. I think that's all I can say.
Moving on from historic preservation, do you have any other requests? Representative Shaw?
Wildlife Park and Recreation.
Wildlife Parks and Recreation, I think I saw Shane earlier. Is he still here? Council has a couple questions for you, Shane.
It brought forward at command level that you have received a greenhouse.
Yes.
And I know that the greenhouse was requested by the vineyards. So how did you end up with the greenhouse?
The Monarch Habitat grant that we got, we got a greenhouse through it, or a hoop house.
Hoop house? Well, how about the one with who wrote that grant?
We were approached by Jane Breckenridge, and the grant is through Fish and Wildlife and Kansas University. And this is part of the second year.
Yeah.
But Jane she works or she owns Uchi Butterfly Farm. She wrote the grant.
Our understanding was the grant was requested by the vineyards.
Well, that is
Two
a
separate-
different, that is a
there are-
different.
Two separate
There are multiple
subjects.
grants.
Have they received that?
The vineyard has not, no. To my knowledge, the vineyard has not.
The vineyard is a reimbursement. The tribe must purchase and then be reimbursed by, I believe, NRCS. Is that-
Right.
See, that's where we're at. As Mr. Miller said, I think all of us ought to know about this part of it.
It's still gonna be
That we
placed.
had to put the money up and then they reimburse us. They haven't told, we didn't know this. And there's quite a misunderstanding out there in the community that the vineyard should have had the greenhouse and wildlife recreation got it.
That's not,
Well, I understand, but I'm gonna have to take that back and explain to people. So, now that I understand a little bit more, what are we doing about a greenhouse for our vineyards? How come nobody has put in a request through the general council to allocate money to build a hoop house or whatever you wanna call it for reimbursement? If that's the case, I think we might need to be looking at stuff like that. Which, I was totally unaware of it. It caught me flat-footed when I was asked those questions. So, I've got to bring it here in front of everybody.
I would encourage you to do that, maybe in another business.
Well, I might have to do that in
Yeah.
other business.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay, that's the question I had, and I thought that, you had the hoop house because it belonged to somebody else, and somebody decided to change the wording and move it over here. Because I've seen it done in the past, like we asked for 20 acres to go east and west, and we got it north and south. Because the chief changed the wording. That's all I had, thank you.
I have a question. Several meetings, we've had issues come up about the land that's purchased over here, I think it's over 900 acres, whether people can get on it and use it, the gates and the locks. And I did my own questioning and investigation and had found out these issues had been brought to the administration. Have you been getting any assistance or help with trying to get those issues resolved? I've been told that you've taken it to them about different situations or different calls that have come in. Are you now getting assistance with having that land taken care of?
Well, I mean, I'm the one, in charge of the land. We have the locks put on because we don't want everybody in there, right? I mean, there was a couple of issues about people needing in. I was not called about that, or, I could have helped them with that. As far as people needing on the land, if they want to come view it or anything like that, they just need to call me and call my office and I'll see how I can help them with this. Did that answer your question?
Mine's going to be very short, okay? In reference to your response to Representative about having a lock, there's no way you can have a lock on our own land. We have a right to go in there anytime we get ready. We don't have to check in or call someone if you let us go into our own land. You have nothing out there in the 918 acres. You don't have any kind of cows or wild horses like y'all supposed to have put in there about 3-4 years ago. Ain't nothing but old bumblebees out there. But anyway, I strongly think that you should take the locks off. Why should you prevent us from going in? That's the question. It's our land. How do you have control of the keys and we don't? That does not make sense. Mado.
Representative Spain?
I just wanted to ask a few questions. Has there been any kind of environmentals done on that property down there?
We had a cultural survey done.
Is there a report available on that?
I have not got it back from BIA yet.
Can you get one for us?
I can
As
get
soon as
one,
possible?
yeah. They, just in March, they got it done, and so we were able to do the prescribed burn, but I have not received a copy, but I can get one.
All right, thank you.
Representative Miller?
Looked up. I want to reiterate what Charlie Hill said. I think he stopped short of saying that we want them locks taken off. We want access to that land. If we purchased it, then it belongs to Seminole Indian people. And if we want to go there and have a picnic or take our kids out there and just let them look around or whatever, we should have that right, just like we do here. You know, I take my grandson down here and fish. I think we should have that same right to go on our land. And I'm just taken back that, you know, we have it was said the first time that there was a neighbor there that wouldn't allow us to come on that land without her permission. And I thought, is this our land and we gotta go ask somebody, a neighbor, to let us walk on our own land? So, I want to make that very clear, Chief, that we want that land accessible as of Monday morning. Can that be done, or is there a problem?
We can remove our locks, but there's other, again, as we talked before, the access to the property, the gates are not always on our, accessible through our.
Because we got to cross over.
Because we have to cross other people's lands, and that's the restriction. We have not added gates, and we have yet to add gates in. That's where, you know, we could have, where we didn't have to cross someone else's property to get in.
I mean, we haven't
Is this what
added-
you were referring to about, have we got it straightened out? Well, how are we gonna get it straightened out? Is there any solutions, or are we just gonna talk about it? Does anybody have a solution? Can we get it? Somebody told me one time, y'all need to get an attorney, and maybe Attorney General could help us out here, to get some type of easement that would allow us to go onto our land. Is that possible, or Attorney General?
There's accessible planes.
Where's he at?
Yes, it's feasible.
Could you elaborate on that a little bit more?
Well, under Oklahoma law, you could get an easement, generally. You know, there are some sections where you can't, but to get to property that you have an interest in. And you could go to court to, you know, square that away if you're getting resistance from the property owner, preventing you from getting to your ingress and egress to your property.
Well, I think this council should recommend that then, that this be done so that our people can start utilizing that land. I mean, if it's ours, there's no problem with it, then I think we should be allowed to go in there and play volleyball, softball, whatever we want to do. You know. Maybe not everything, but.
I'd just like to mention, I'm not trying to keep anybody out. I'm trying to protect what we have. And I didn't put the locks on there, I just put our locks so we could get in. Like I was saying, that cultural resource group that was in there, one day they went in there and there was gunfire all around them and they had to leave. Well, they're from Tulsa, so they had to come back another day. I didn't know who was in there. I don't know if they were even on our property, but if they were in there without anybody knowing and we have a accident with somebody getting shot, you know, I'm responsible. So
by what you're saying then is that we shouldn't even go on that land because we don't want to get shot.
No, what I'm saying is,
I mean, that, to me, that's what you're saying. You're saying, I'm not trying to keep y'all out, but if you go in there, you might get shot.
no,
You know, I'm keeping the gates locked so people won't go in there. You know, we got live wires. Why can't they go in there and clear people out of shooting? You know? I just don't understand. Why did we buy that land if we're not gonna use it? If we're gonna use it, then let's use it. Let's quit talking about it. We're Seminole people. Are we afraid of somebody? Are we afraid to go in there on our own land? If y'all are, let me know.
Representative.
I've got a question. How tall is that fence where it's accessible, you don't have to go through somebody else's property? The fence that's around the property where it's accessible from the road or from, where you don't have to cross through another person's property? 5 feet, 4 feet? The thing with that wall down south is just get a 6-foot ladder and crawl over it.
I have a comment. Me and Mr. Phillips have spoken on this matter, and I have great concern also for our tribal members want also access to the property freely without any interruptions. But there is a process in doing so. Now, Shane, I know you and I spoke about getting some stakes out so we know where our boundaries are, where there might be some question we're going into somebody else's adjoining property. But the thing about that would be, we are under the program, and there's a process, clearing the land, having the burns, getting the fencing in place, those things. There is a proposed gate that's going to be on the northwest, somewhere in the northwest sector, which will give our tribal members easy access through that area without going on near anyone else's land. So those are some things I know that's in the process of actually being done, getting a separate gate, because what our Attorney General said on private lands, yeah, there may be some legalities to do that. The best thing is, as this council has done many times before, spent tens of thousands of dollars trying to get something done in a certain area, when you could have just legislated it away, and we wouldn't even had those big costs and some of the attorney's fees that we acquired over the last year and a half. But the thing of it is, that's why these type of conversations need to take place, and just a little bit of wisdom. Mr. Phillips, what we discussed, we want you to work. We want that process to continue, and I know you're working diligently on it. It's just that a lot of time, the timing is not the same timing that some folks would prefer it to be. I realize that.
Any other questions for Mr. Phillips? Representative Osborne?
And in the past, we have talked also about cameras being out there because of all this. This is not restricted land, right? This is our land, but it's not restricted. And we said that, in the past, we said that we were gonna, like, Assistant Chief just said, do a road where we wouldn't have to go through the other property. Do you know when that might be in process?
I'm gonna do that this year.
Okay.
The problem is that if you go out there and you look, it's hard to get from one spot to the other. And a lot of work and a lot of money would have to go into to doing that. So I'm going to put a gate on the north end this year with this money. But to get to the side where the barn is, there's gonna have to be a lot of work done because there's a creek running through there. And I don't know if we would have to build a bridge. It's kind of over there where the Cokers have land. It's just kind of like a wash. And then if you go straight down, okay, like if you go straight down from here 2 miles, that's where our land starts. If you go straight down that electric line, there's 2 huge canyons you have to deal with. So it's really hard to transverse the property without going through the self-land to get to the barn, and then you can get to the bottom. It's and actually one of the bridges that we had down there closer to Little River washed out in 2 years ago in those floods. So one part you can't even get to.
Now, would that be on the city to try to help you put that back in? Or is that on us?
No, that just,
Okay. Thank you.
Do you have any signs or anything on describing that land as Seminole Nation property?
no, I don't. BIA, had told me that they can give me some signs, but no, I haven't got them yet.
I know a lot of tribes have signs like on their gates saying property of Seminole Nation,
Right.
authorized access and things like that, a phone number.
There are maps to the property.
Yeah.
Are part of the problem, are there trespassers that are going in there?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I was saying with, you know, with the shooting going on while the cultural resource people were in there. And I mean, I have no idea who it was, where they came from, if they even came through on our side. I mean, it's 1,200 acres. There's multiple places where people can get in and have access.
Shane, is there a great aquifer underneath all 1,300 acres? The aquifer, underground water.
I'm not sure. I'm sure.
Under the majority of it.
Yeah, I'm sure closer to Little River there is.
Representative McCoy.
I would just like, if you could send us an updated map of the property, I would like to see that be sent to the council, so we could share it. Also, I mean, we've had this property since 2014, and you're just now working on a gate. I just don't think that's just really 3 years and we still don't have a gate. And I really would urge you to pursue getting the signs from the BIA if they're willing to foot the bill or whatever. Get those things posted so people know where our land is, and people that trespass on our land, they know it as well.
It would have to be different signs than with the Bureau because it's not in trust status yet.
I would think he possibly would have money in his budget to get some signs to protect our land.
On that, what you're talking about, there was no trespassing signs, U.S. government, you go right down there to BIA and they'll give them to you. Free. So there's no reason that they shouldn't be posted all over the place. I've got them on my place down there. I ain't got but a half acre.
Any other questions for Mr. Phillips?
Nobody on it.
That it's not the property of the United States government.
If there are no other questions for Mr. Phillips, Mr. Narkman?
I realize travel recreation is now a separate group, but Mr. Bear is not here today. Are you able to answer questions on behalf?
He's here.
Oh, okay. Okay. I thought he had got the message that.
You originally had some.
Okay.
If there's no other questions for Mr. Phillips, I'll let him go. Would you have questions for Mr. Bear? Thank you, Shane.
Well,
Is Victor here?
Yeah.
If you can ask him to come in, Shane. We'll hear Mr. Bear answer any questions you have of him. Probably, I would recommend we then break for lunch after that. We have a rather long agenda for after lunch. Is there any particular groups you would like to, as far as reports you'd like to hear after lunch? If not, I'll release everyone. And go straight into new business. And after, go ahead, Mr. Darkman.
I'll do my default.
Last night at our meeting, we had an individual ask in regards to the disc golf. He stated that, you know, he goes by to the mission, goes through the mission, and he sees a lot of people using the disc golf. But not knowing, are these tribal members that are using the disc golf? Do we have anything in place as in regards to like registration fees or to allow non-members to use the golf course?
Okay. Our goal is just to utilize the grounds because they won't be utilized when we put disc golf in. Two, there's nothing in place to register, but we can do that. Three, it's a lot of I want to say there's non-tribal members that use it. There's still only a few that come and use it. It's a sport that's taken off and kind of caught us off guard when we put it in place that a lot of people will come, and they talk about it a lot, and it's, I guess you would say, the model for other tribes. Pawnees are doing it. Some of the tribes in Shawnee are starting to do it now, so it's caught on. But the registration, it's just something that's, we didn't expect. It's new to us, and then a lot of places don't do the registration, but we can implement it. But
and I think the concern was that, you know, just in case, like if it was non-tribal members coming onto our property, is that, you know, what if they get hurt or something like that? I mean, is there something in place, like a safety waiver or anything like that?
my understanding was anybody came on the ground, there was a waiver, but I can look into it more to find out. We can implement signs that say that we're not responsible for accidents everywhere. But like I said, it just caught us off how people came, and our goal was to utilize it, the grounds more, we do camps to educate our kids, and then some of the parents got involved during the fall. We had 5 parents, so it's gradually getting there. The goal is to reach our native kids so they would utilize it, plus be more active and not be diabetic. And we can do better. And that's the thing is you're the eyes and ears for us, and if we can do it to make it better and make the tribe seen more, then that's our goal. But you know, just call us, let us know, because you'll hear things or you'll see things that we don't see.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Bear? Yes.
Is there a charge?
Well, my understanding, they don't charge. So I don't know why, because it's new to me. There's places that, like golf courses, there's some places they have a little metal thing and they just ask for donations. Maybe we can do that, you know. But like I said, it's something new to me, you know. I got this, but I'm not into it. You know, but it's fine, like cutting and stuff. But
So maybe it's something that you would look into?
yes, I could do that.
As money, you know, bringing a little bit back.
Yeah. You know, we were cutting it, but, you know, we thought, well, we'll just put something there, and then now we didn't know there was going to be people from Norman and Dallas, and people are coming, and they're seeing what Seminole Nation's about.
Maybe have like a native and non-native price.
We could do that. But, yeah, I think the first thing we was want to implement is a sign-in sheet, see where they're coming from. A lot of them come during lunchtime, and then we go from there. I know there's grants out there that'll help us move on with it.
The other day I went to see the Head Start. I was talking to some individuals over there. I noticed the staff member mopping the floor in the gym. The children were playing out there. And I questioned, I said, why are you mopping the floor? He said it's on the west wall, there's a lot of leakage, water leakage coming in. And it's going down to the floor, that's what she was cleaning up, to safe statuses for the children. So, are we?
Well, I was advised that it may be a leak.
Yes,
And there's two.
Water coming in after the rain, you know what I'm saying?
There's 2 ways to solve it, is to do on the side to find the leak, or maybe you have to bust out the bleacher part and see if it's, I believe it's not even a solid foundation, maybe it's hollow.
Yeah, that's one of the things I was thinking about when I see her mopping the floor, we have maintenance, you know, and then it's like the front door, they say it's so level that the water comes in also, and they have to take care of it also. I didn't know he was over there, or.
I had mopped it the week before, just to clean it up, but there is a huge leak. Yeah, there's a couple of things that we even talked about the other day.
Any other questions from Mr. Bear? No. Thank you, Richard.
You're welcome.
Now, is there anyone in particular you'd like to hear reports? We break for lunch. I'd like to come back after lunch for new business and release anyone who's here for reports only. If there's no other reports requested, let's break for lunch. I will release any director that's here who does not have a resolution in the new business consideration. I thank you all for coming. Let's come back at 1:15 and call the meeting back to order at 1:15.
I was waiting for you to get back.
Get food? I got nothing. I got more than I Council members will take their seats. It's approximately 1:20 in the afternoon. Council members will take their seats. We'll get started again. I'd like to call this meeting back to order and ask the secretary to call the roll, please.
Leah Sampson. Here. Anthony Conley.
Here.
John Narcomen. Sabrina Tiger. Here. Kent Dendy. Kevin Hardiman.
Here.
Ida Gonzalez. Here. Nancy Fixertoe. Here. David Narcomen.
Here.
Kelly Davis. Sterling Springer.
Here.
Patricia Kishketon. Karen Fulbright. Here. Nanette Hazelwood. Here. Jennifer Long. Sorry, Jennifer Horn. Here. Stephen Yesler. Here. Mary Moore. Here. Claudia King. Here. Abraham Ferrani.
Present.
Susie Harjo. Here. Emmons Spain.
Here.
Wayne Shaw.
Here.
Catherine McCoy. Here. Charlie Hill.
Here.
Fanny Harjo. Dwayne Miller. Ralph Coker.
Here.
Cherry Hardiman.
We have 21 members present. We answered the roll. Mr. McCoy.
Mr. Chairperson, my band has asked if this resolution or ordinance coming up, 2017-04, be moved to the bottom of the agenda to allow for the resolutions that deal with appointments and reappointments.
There's a request from a member to go out of order and move tribal ordinance 2017-04 to the end of the agenda. What's the pleasure of the council? We have a motion. Do I hear a second to that motion?
I'll help you all second it.
Do we have a motion and second? Is there any objection to moving it? Yes.
Because we have all these reappointments and appointments coming up, and if the ordinance goes first, it may negate not even having all those, voting on the rest of those appointments.
Is there any objection from the council to the request from the member? An objection to move this item to the end of the agenda? We have one noted objection, two noted, yes.
What's gonna happen with it being objected?
Well, we'll vote on it. If we fail to move, if the vote to move to the end agenda is affirmative, then we'll move it to the end of the agenda.
So we're
If it
gonna vote on
fails,
the objection?
yes, we'll vote to move it. We have an objection, because there's an objection, we have to vote on the motion, on the action, requested action.
Motion and a second on the floor.
We have a motion and a second.
Vote on it, second. We agree with what she said, and I'll vote yes. You don't wanna move it to the end, just vote no, that's all there is to it.
But the objection, there's no,
What the objection does is cause us to vote on it.
Yeah.
I asked for an objection. If there was no objection, we would just move it to the agenda. If there's an objection, we're required to vote. On the motion to move tribal ordinance consideration of tribal ordinance 2017-04 to the end of the agenda, Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leanna Sampson? Leanna Sampson?
No.
Anthony Conley?
No.
John Narcome? John Narcome?
No.
Rena Tiger?
No.
Kent Dendy? Kevin Hardeman?
No.
Ida Gonzalez?
No.
Nancy Fixico?
No.
David Narcome?
No.
Kelly Davis?
No.
Sterling Springer?
No.
Patricia Kishkaton?
No.
Karen Fulbright?
No.
Nanette Hazelwood? Jennifer Horn?
Yes.
Sina Yesler?
yes.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Peroni?
No.
Susie Harjo?
No.
Emmons Spain?
Yes.
Wayne Shaw?
Yes.
Catherine McCoy?
Yes.
Charlie Hill?
Yes.
Fannie Harjo? Dwayne Miller?
Yes.
Ralph Coker?
No.
Cherry Hardeman?
By a count of 9 yes, 16 no, and 0 abstentions, the motion to move this item to the end of the agenda fails. We will proceed with the consideration of tribal ordinance 2017-04. Representative Gonzalez.
Tribal Ordinance 2017-04, a tribal ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending the General Council Code of the Seminole Nation, codified at Title 16 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. I make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Representative McCoy.
This just allows, I mean, why have expiration in periods on these people when now they're going to be allowed to, if this passes, just sit on the board forever until you decide to remove them or reappoint somebody, and the chances of them stepping down probably slim to none, and that takes away your job of reappointing people when their term expires.
Representative Gonzalez.
I understand what she's saying, and our band agrees with that. And what I would like to do, even though I was the sponsor of this bill, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to where it says, the last sentence on the first page, it says, the member has been appointed or a successor has been appointed and confirmed. I would, after that period, I'd like to put a comma and say within a time limit not to exceed 6 months.
Sponsor is recommending an amendment to the, which would be an amendment to the code, with the addition of the wording, not to exceed a period of 6 months, is that correct?
Yes.
Point of information.
Yes.
What would the
No, but I'm gonna ask.
ramifications if no one else is reappointed within 6 months? Would that,
Well, then that would leave that position vacant.
so we end up with a situation like we have with the finance committee, if we don't have a full board and we're unable to confirm?
That is a possibility, yes. there. Representative Shaw.
I agree with this young lady over here talking about that. Right now, we got laws on the book that say you're not supposed to be, when I fill a position, that they're only supposed to be interim for X amount of days. We've had them there up to years. We've got laws on the book. We don't adhere to that. So what's it gonna adhere when you said that, well, they got 6 months? To me, this is geared for one commission, one committee, and it's favoritism that we're showing, put those people back. My problem is this, is it gonna go starting today, or are you gonna try to make it retro the last year when they, or a year when we, this council, they came before the council 2 different times. They were voted down 2 different times. So how many more times do we wanna put them back on there to be voted down by our bands again? That's my problem. I think that we don't need to be catering. I think we need to order this chief or this administration to bring those names up here and get these people seated and not tell, y'all's okay, y'all can stay there for another, what'd you say, 6 months? Well, in 6 months, we'll have a new administration. That administration done forgot what you said. That, even if it's in the law, they're not going to specifically read that law. They're not. I'm sorry. That's just the way it's going to be. So I, for one, do not feel that we need to cater to one specific commission and order our executive office to bring those people on board so we can vote on it. Not just one person. Excuse me. I'm going to use you, Ida, for example. Okay. I'm recommending Ida for this position. If the council should vote you down, why shouldn't he have a second or third person to put in that place? We're not doing that. We're just, the chief is only bringing one position up here, that's voted down, and they sit there until next year. Then they voted down again, they sit there another year. So we need to stop this, and as a council, we need to order him or administration, regardless of who it is, whether it's him or the next one or anything, that when it comes up, instead of saying, well, we just want to put one person in there. No, we want to put one person in, but give us the option of 2 or 3. That's something that's not happening. And I know we got people out there who have applied for these positions. But we're not using our authority as council representatives to order our administration to fill these positions, and so our people can get help. So I'm going to fight you on that until you know.
Well, we presents an interesting situation. The sponsor is asked to amend the language as presented to add a sentence not to exceed 6 months, a period of 6 months. We have an objection from the floor to adding that language. Did you get a second on your second accept the amendment? Your friendly amendment?
Oh, friendly amendment?
Yes, your friendly amendment.
I didn't ask for it.
Okay. You asked for your requested language. We now have an objection to that, adding that language, as I understand it, Mr. Shaw. Is that correct?
Objection to the whole thing.
Let me ask you this, though, Mr. Shaw. The sponsor requested to modify the language. You stated an objection to that.
Correct.
Do you wish us to vote on that objection? Because procedurally, we would vote on the objection.
There's no vote on the objection because she never got it in the form of a friendly amendment. She never put it in and asked for a second. So there is no, my objection is right here now. That's it, no vote.
We'll go back to the sponsor. Because as Mr. Shaw indicated, in order to amend the bill, you would probably need to state this in the form of a friendly amendment, which you did, and ask for a second.
Would the second
She didn't.
of the original bill have to approve it?
And the second of the original bill would have to approve it.
Who's the second of the original bill?
You.
I object to it.
Okay, now you'll have to propose, go all the way back. Now we definitely have to go to you'll have to ask for an amendment, no longer friendly amendment, an amendment to the legislation, and ask for a second.
Okay, I'd like to make an amendment to add wording at the last, after the last word comment, and put a period, a comment there instead of a period, and it should say within a time limit not to exceed 6 months. And I ask for a second.
Seconded by Representative Fixco. Now,
I move to table it and ask for a second.
we have moved to table the, Wayne, what are you moving to table?
Amendment and this.
Move the amendment and the entire?
Yes.
We have a motion to table tribal ordinance, consideration of tribal ordinance 2017-04. I believe the motion to table the main item will supersede the motion to amend. So Secretary, can you call the roll on the motion to table consideration of tribal ordinance 2017-04? Who seconded your amendment, Wayne? On your motion? Motion and seconded. Secretary, would you call the roll on the motion to table?
Leah Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narcome,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Kevin Hardeman,
No.
Heidi Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
David Narcome,
No.
Kelly Davis,
No.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
No.
Nanette Hazelwood,
No.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
No.
Susie Harjo,
No.
Emmons Bain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Fanning Harjo, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Terry Harding,
By a count of 9 yes, 16 no, and 0 abstentions, the motion to table fails. Now back to the motion to amend. We have a motion to amend Section 3, adding the line not to, within a period of 6 months, I believe, not to exceed 6 months, as requested. Discussion on the amendment. Any further discussion? Representative Cootie.
Is there a time limit on these committee members?
She's adding 6 months. The bill would apply for only a period of 6 months. We would have 6 months from the time of expiration of their to fill the seat.
Before it's filled? No, I'm just saying the term.
Well, it
You're
depends on,
elected.
it depends on the committee. They vary in length.
So,
What?
all right, the other question is, now the VCR, when they're not nominated and put to fill that position, it says that they're completely out. You have to appoint other people to fill that. Is that going to change this? It's going to remain the same, that once they're eliminated, that's it?
Well, if, as it presently stands, and if you're talking about, future appointments to BCR, or anyone who's currently seated, this law would apply. And under those terms, we would have 6, if they weren't filled prior to the expiration date, weren't reappointed, or a new person placed in prior to the expiration date, then this law would give us 6 months. They could continue to serve for a period of 6 months, and we'd have up to 6 months.
The VCR commissioner?
Any covered
But
commission.
not the way you're right now. The VCR don't, once they're voted out, they're gone.
That's how it is right. That's how it is right now. But it's how it is. There's 20 plus committees here for whom that is the case. In terms of, if you look at the list that was provided, every one of these committees on this list, with the couple of exceptions, like say example, election appeals board, it has a defined period of ending. Most of the rest of them are ongoing committee activities. So, and there is no provision at present for them to carry over. And what this law would do will allow those committee members to continue to serve until they were replaced or reappointed.
Does that include BCR? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and the BCR would be included in that, because they're one of
They
those.
will serve until such time their position is filled.
Only, if we approve the amendment I was recommending, then it would be limited to 6 months.
Is that how you want it? You want BCR to continue to stay on until
Not the ones that just got voted off.
That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna get put back on. Yeah, that's what you're saying.
No,
That's what I'm asking.
no, we're talking about with the ones that are currently, like we have one person who's current on BCR. This law would apply, as I understand it, this law would apply to that individual and anybody appointed hereafter. Under this law, they would be allowed, like, as with several other committees, they would be allowed to serve, up to,
Even after their expiration.
yeah, but only up to 6 months.
So in other words, the chief has to appoint somebody within the 6
I'm
months.
just asking. Now, I know the other committees, they get to serve until such time as they're replaced, but BCR is different.
No. Monty, there's 20 plus committees that there's no language to that effect. So there's the list that was attached here, with the exception of Seminole Nation Roads and SINDOC Board of Directors, all of those committees have that same, they're not covered by any kind of holdover language. So in order for them to continue serving at all, that's why the Attorney General's recommending, one of the solutions was to we could either go in and put language in every organizing document of those committees, or we could address it with one adjustment in the law. And that's what this is. Short of going back and looking at every document that created the other committees and making that adjustment, this seemed like the most straightforward approach to actually, addressing carryover provisions. But every committee here that's listed, Administrative Appeals, Alcohol and Regulatory Authority, Arts and Culture, BCR, Early Childhood, Education, Election Appeals is different because they always are scheduled in at 9:30. Election, the Election Board, Finance Committee, the Gaming Agency, the Utility Board, Princess Committee, Service Unit, Health Advisory, and others, Veterans Affairs, Trust Fund Management Board, all of these do not have carryover provisions. And this law would allow at least a limited carryover provision if amended as recommended by Representative Gonzalez. So, any further discussion? Oh, Representative Yes has had her hand up. And this is we're talking about the amendment.
Okay, so on the amendment, not to exceed 6 months, what about those that are already expired now? The seats that are waiting to be covered? Because if you're saying BCR won't be covered by this because they were not reappointed, what about those seats that are already expired and are already passed beyond 6 months and they're years? What's gonna happen with those?
Well,
Do you have 6 months from that?
If we're looking at it, and this is something you may need to add clarifying language to the law. If this law basically is to cover only those that are currently seated, and anybody that's in the situation where their term's expired, we may need to add language to the law, and you, the council, want them not to continue, to have the same consideration that you're recommending for the, the VCR. That's probably what should happen. Then, basically, anyone we probably need to add language to the law that says, we now have to, anyone who's currently serving who's not been reappointed, their term's expired, means that it's expired. So there's a number of committees here who have people who are serving, whose terms have expired, that would probably need to be, you probably need to address it in that fashion if that's the intent of the council. You just need to add language that says anyone who's serving who's not been reappointed, something to that effect, would you know, they would no longer be able to continue to serve once this law is passed. And that it would apply only to appointments that are, people who are within appointment, not outside of, whose terms have expired.
Okay, and then that brings another issue, because there are several that would be
There's a number of
expired and
committees
not.
that would.
So, I mean, so the next agenda, we're gonna be able to cover and have that many appointments to cover everybody, because that is our problem. We don't get names, we don't get anything brought to us. Because I actually brought up, when we did the election board, can you bring us 2 or 3 names if for whatever reason the person you brought didn't get voted on? And the comment was made, well, we can't do that, we don't have enough. And that's what I'm being told, not enough people want to sit on these boards or committees, they don't want to get involved, or, you know, whatever reason. And so trying to bring names to cover as many people we have expired and or removed is gonna be the issue now. I mean, is that gonna have to have another special call meeting for that? I mean, that's uncalled for. And then too, not only that, the reason why we're not for this is because, yeah, to me, in our band, it does take away another duty, because there are some that are years expired. And also, if it's not gonna retro back to BCR, and I don't know, and I'm not trying to accuse, but it was brought to our attention that intertribal paid for, they were paid to go through intertribal even though they're no longer on BCR, and I don't know if that's true or not, so what's gonna happen on that?
Ronnie?
Call the question. On the,
Do we have further discussion on the amendment? Not the bill as a whole, but on the amendment.
well, that amendment is just saying that they're gonna go longer, right? Now, we're gonna
No,
go after the main bill after the amendment.
Yeah, the
right?
amendment would place a limit on how long they could serve.
Are you calling for the amendment?
Question on the amendment.
Okay, because that right there, I can discuss the next one.
Questions called for on the proposal to amend this bill to limit the amount of time a person could serve once their term has expired to 6 months. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, on the amendment?
Leanna Sampson?
No.
Anthony Conley?
No.
John Narcome?
No.
Rena Tiger?
No.
Kevin Hardeman?
No.
Ida Gonzalez?
Yes.
Nancy Fixico?
Yes.
David Narcome? David Narcome?
Yes.
Kelly Davis?
Yes.
Starling Springer?
No.
Patricia Kishkaton?
No.
Karen Fulbright? Karen Fulbright?
No.
Nanette Hazelwood? Jennifer Horn?
Yes.
Zena Yesley?
Yes.
Marilyn Moore?
No.
Lottie Cootie? Abraham Ferrani?
No.
Susie Harjo?
No.
Emmons Spain?
No.
Wayne Shaw?
No.
Catherine McCoy?
No.
Charlie Hill?
No.
Dwayne Miller?
Yes.
Ralph Coker?
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman?
Yes.
By a count of 9 yes, 17 no, the proposed amendment has failed. Back to the original motion. Representative Shaw.
We were presented at the last council meeting about this when we had the same discussions about the BCR board. And y'all brought a resolution in here, a resolution, quote, that covered all those other boards. Where's that resolution today? How come you don't have it scattered around so everybody can see that resolution like you did the last time? It said that pertained to all boards and committees with the exception of BCR.
I'll let the Attorney General answer that question.
Somebody needs to answer it, and I want to know why it's not here.
Question was
It's
right.
covered already.
Written in the
We were not asked to put one together.
No, the resolution we gave you the last meeting, that was 9798, that covered all, we thought covered all the committees except one.
It's basically your second opinion.
Yeah, your second opinion. Second opinion you issued, which resulted in this bill.
Yeah, that's so you're not bringing it down, I'll lay it down here on the table.
It's the opinion that you wrote after you got
He said,
that's what he's asking about. What happened to the resolution? Because he thought it covered all of the committees.
And this is the one that we were asked to put together.
Yes. Did you get it from the, you had to
Christina
review the resolution?
Did you write the opinion the second time on on whether the commissions could hold over? Was that Christina?
There was a.
It's on the portal.
Yeah,
But
that's
he's
his second
asking,
opinion. He's asking you.
what happened to the resolution? Why is this necessary, in other words? It was your opinion that that did not cover it.
To fix that situation.
Yes, that's what he's asking.
Okay.
You need to explain to him that.
This resolution was meant to fix the situation we identified in our Attorney General's opinion.
But what was the opinion Mr. Shaw is asking?
I can't hear.
We issued an opinion in March, it was mid-March, in response to whether there could be holdovers or not. And we said no. And this resolution was an attempt to remedy that
This
situation.
is an ordinance here, but you had, in order to render your opinion, you had to have that, resolution in hand, and you rendered an opinion off that resolution saying that BCR was not contained in there, so therefore, we were correcting what we were doing. That's what you issued. And it's off the resolution that everybody had that one meeting. Now, where's that resolution? Because I think that these people need to know exactly what we're trying to do.
It should be on the portal. Are you speaking of the 98 resolution?
Yeah, that resolution covered everything except for.
But his opinion in that second opinion was it only covered for a specific period of time.
It was just a gap-filling resolution just for that time period back in 1998. It didn't carry forward forever.
You did say yea or nay, either way on that, whether it carried forward or not.
It was
It
pretty
was
explicit.
limited by its own terms to that time period. It wasn't a change to the ordinances.
I know the council has considered that piece of legislation, and that was the basis for our allowing everyone to continue to serve. I think that's been the practice based on that action. But the Attorney General's opinion that he distributed after the last meeting basically said that the time period involved was limited to, I think, September 30th of that year. And so we could no longer rely on that legislation to continue to allow people to serve on committees. It's the result, that opinion is what produced this recommendation to the council for an ordinance, to try to address that, to allow committees to be able to serve, members to serve if their terms had expired, if they had not been replaced or reappointed. So this bill is intended to replace that resolution and make it clear that they can. That can be the case.
In ordinance.
In ordinance form, so it's a lot more visible, so that people looking at it in the future can find it. It won't be relying on someone who may have been on the council in '98 to remember that, or if we put it in the code. Representative Ferrani?
Call for question on the ordinance as presented.
Question's been called for on the ordinance as presented. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcomen,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Kevin Hardeman,
No.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
David Narcomen,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sidney Gessler,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Lottie Cootie,
No.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller, Ralph Coker,
No.
Sherry Hardeman,
No.
By a count of 9 yes, 17 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have failed. Representative McCoy.
Mr. Chairperson, my band has requested that the vice chief speak on behalf of the people regarding constitutionality of this upcoming ordinance.
So let's get it into discussion first. Then we'll work from there. Tribal Resolution 2017-05. Representative Springer.
Tribal Ordinance TO 2017-05, Tribal Ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, amending the General Council Code of the Seminole Nation, codified at Title 16 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. Bring this to the floor and ask for a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. And now Representative McCoy. If there are no objections to the vendor's request, Chief Johnson.
I think probably when the verbal amendment to the Title 10 code, I had stated some concerns about some areas of constitutional and employee possible violations that could arise from such measures as this. And it takes a lot of thought, when you're devising such changes within the law. And we know that these amendments will keep a person from filing and exercising their constitutional right to file either for the council or any of the executive offices. But we do know by code, what was amended on Title 10, when that person does file, it does mean they lose their employment if they are an employment of the nation. Now, where it gets into a potential violation is the requirement to run for council or for an executive position like the chief or the assistant chief is very well spelled out in the Constitution what those requirements are. For the council, a member of the Seminole Nation, 18 years old, and a quarter blood Indian, and that provision does not pertain to the freedmen representatives that would file. For the chief and assistant chief, requirement 35 years or older, also a quarter Seminole Indian blood. Now, how would this affect? It would not be a direct constitutional violation the moment they filed, but when they filed, they lose their employment. So therefore, they're not, under the Bill of Rights, have the ability to move around freedom and exercising their rights as a citizen because they know they're going to lose their employment, whether they lose or win. And if they lose, they've lost their employment. Now, the way that it was originally, where that if you actually win the election for the council or the chief or the assistant chief, it was put in a place where you were actually, if you won, that's when you would be forced to resign. So there's some issues there that I think could come up from an employee's point of view as far as labor laws are concerned. Does that mean it automatically exists? Well, they get it in tribal court. I think they possibly could have, some areas that would be ruled in their favor. And when you do things like this, that's why even with the proposed amendment to the Constitution, that's why we had things like a revision committee in place. So these fine things that can affect things that may bring us in the area of liability as a nation of a person's rights, whether they're a candidate or whether they're a voter, then we've got to think more on these types of measures when they're proposed for changes. We just can't come off the cuff with them, in my opinion. Now, I spoke to the Attorney General that day. Could it possibly go to court? And if it goes to court, could that person possibly win if it got to the Supreme Court of the Seminole Nation? Obviously, we don't know that answer certainly, but the possibility definitely is there. And then we'll be back at square one again, that somebody's rights was violated and that type of thing. The Bureau would not rule on it. The Bureau wasn't going to rule on something like this. They were only pertaining to the procedural code of changes that affected under the Principal Chiefs Act of 1970. So, there wasn't a Bureau's issue, and the Bureau's issue is not with our Constitution anymore anyway, but where the issue would be if somebody wanted to run for office and they're employed by the tribe presently, they would immediately have to resign. And in doing that, I think there may even be some moral basis there that you could consider too. But that's only opinion of my experience as I sat on the council, as my experience as chairman of the Constitution Revision Committee for a period of time when a lot of these codes were being entertained in the early 1990s, and my experience of that I sat with others on the codification committee of these codes over a period of time. I don't say these things, even in that last measure. There might be some people that object to why we just had to go through a lot of that, but my concern was not, even with the BCR at that time, wasn't saying, hey, those people been non-confirmed. My concern was, what if they made decisions and the council did not reconfirm them? Those decisions they made and may be implemented within that organization, that entity, what would have probably happened? The council would have vehemently said those decisions are null and void. They don't even count. You said, how do you know they would have done that?
The assistant chief of gun, there's 2 minutes. We got 43 items on the resolution.
I understand the time limit here, but that is my opinion based on my experience. And I did say something when that first proposal came up, that there would be concerns, not only at this council level, but in the area of our tribal membership as well.
Representative Springer and then Representative Shaw. Yes.
No offense to the assistant chief knowledge on the Constitution, but if I'm going to ask for my opinion on the Constitution, I'm going to ask the Attorney General. With that being said, it's a standard of interpretation of the Constitution.
We know what that Constitution is to us.
Everybody is for the American. With that being said, it's a standard across the board. Other tribes do this. You have undue influence. You have undue influence when you are a tribal employee and you're running for office at the same time. It's not unusual for the individual, if you're employed with the tribe or with the state or the federal government, that you resign that position when you start campaigning or when you file for candidacy for that elected office. This is not something unusual. This isn't something we're the only people to do it. This is across the board. And so if you don't think it has undue influence on your tribal employees, and of course you're allowed to run for office, but nothing says you have to be employed by the tribe when you're doing it. Every Seminole that falls in the requirements of the Constitution can run for office, but you're not guaranteed employment with the tribe when you start. Yeah, call for the question.
Representative Shaw.
I based mine to go along with the last time on what happened 2 years ago. We've since met, and my man asked me to bring up 2 things. Why does this have to be codified? Because this doesn't say anything about our election codes. Now, election codes Title 10. Under Title 10, I've been asked by my band to ask this general council to rescind that amendment to Title 10.
Well, that's our order.
No, it's not, because it's the same thing that you propose to somebody working.
It's a completely different title.
No, it's not. Titles are different, yeah, but it's the same verbiage, and you're playing the little city word game. Now, what I'm going to say is that my man has asked me to rescind that amendment to Title 10 that was submitted to the Bureau. And if they're not gonna, the rest of it ought to be good if that's
That would Representative Shaw, I think that would require separate action.
Okay.
It certainly would be something based on the request, but it's a separate action what we're discussing here.
Well,
So
it's really not a separate action.
it is a separate action because it affects a separate section of the code.
Well,
Subject matter is similar, I understand, but it is a separate action because we're talking about two different sections of the code.
Well, why do we have to put it under Title 16 when it's under Title 10?
You want to, Mr. McBride, you want to explain why we're having to amend Title 16?
Because it's also referenced there, that you just have to fix the references,
Well, that's unreferenced.
both places.
Representative Yesler?
So our main concern is the same thing, constitutional rights and somebody's civil rights. Yes, in the Constitution, it lays out what you have as your requirements, but it doesn't say you can't be an employee or have to be an employee or not be an employee in the Constitution. And also, not only that, I mean, we're changing these now, this year before this election. Why? You know, that's what I don't understand. Just like BIA having to come in and saying that they had to to read this and approve this. Talking about violation and this and that, but at the same time, if you're worried about your seat, then maybe you need to go home and look in the mirror and see what you've been representing. I mean, I do know employees who are going to run. I do know employees that are younger age and generation who plan on running. I do know employees who are saying, I'm tired of this representative and this representative because of how they're representing their bands and not voting as their band told them, split voting, doing all these things against them. And if you're afraid for your seat, then that's on you. It shouldn't violate the rest of the tribe's rights for that reason.
Representative Narcomi, Representative McCoy, and Representative Sampson.
Aside from the possible constitutional violations, I kind of like to speak about the wording here. Part of the statement says, upon filing for such office or elected office, any employee of the nation as defined in Title 10, Section 101I. Title 10, Section 101I does not define officers. Does not define employees, it defines officers. Officers shall mean chief, assistant chief, general counsel members. And the question is, what is an employee? So Title 11, Employee Relations Code. Section 1 title, the Employment Relations Code herein, also afterwards known as the ERC, is the official employment law of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Section 104 definitions. Whenever the following terms are used in the ERC, they shall have the meanings indicated. Part M, employee, is any individual employed by the Seminole Nation regardless of the source of funds by which the employee is paid. The term employee shall include any person elected or appointed. We're all employees. So is the chief. So is the assistant chief. If you're requiring all employees to resign prior to filing for office, then the only people sitting in this room will be those that are not filing for re-election.
That's why it's important to take a look at the law before you suggest changes within that law.
Representative McCoy.
And also off of Representative Narcome's Section 104M, M has 8 items under it, and number 3 says, exempt employee is a salaried employee classified by the nation as exempt. Such employees are those occupying executive, administrative, professional positions, appointed and elected officials. Weekly salary is computed using the position's annual fixed salary. So again, we are all considered exempt employees, and that would, if any of us want to file come Monday, we better be ready to not have anybody representing our bands here for the remainder until everyone's sworn in.
And Representative Sampson, next.
I'll call for question.
Question is called for.
I had my hand up same time she did.
She's had her up for a long time. Question is called for on this item. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Sampson,
Yes. Yes.
Anthony Conley, John Narcome,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Kevin Hardeman,
No.
Heidi Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixico,
No.
David Narcome,
No.
Kelly Davis,
No.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kiscaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright, Karen Fulbright, Nanette Hazelwood, Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yesler,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
No.
Lottie Pooty,
No.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Sherry Hardeman,
No.
By a count of 4 yes, 22 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have failed. Next item of business is tribal resolution two. Let me go to the next item of business. Next item of business is tribal ordinance 2017-06. We don't have a sponsor on this one? 106. Is there any, is there anyone who'd like to read this bill into consideration, council? Yep, before, go ahead.
I still have a question though. Title 16 and Title 10, what's still gonna happen on Monday? If we, or employees file, are they deemed to have resigned still? I still
Well,
have that question
you
on
have
there.
you now have conflicting laws, which I believe Representative Shaw was suggesting that the council address
After.
that potential conflict. Is that,
Well, we're gonna, can we do that at this time, if it's okay with the council, to go ahead and address that issue?
You have to, if it's gonna be a verbal ordinance, you have to declare an
It's
emergency.
not a verbal ordinance.
it would be a verbal, it would be a verbal ordinance, yes. Is your opinion?
It would have to be declared an emergency if it was, but I would suggest that it probably is.
Thank you.
I think it's an emergency myself.
We have to vote on emergency.
But also remember, it will have to go back to the Bureau because it's an election code
Eddie
procedure.
will approve it, all he's a stamp anyway.
All right. Mr. Boyd raises a question. Representative Shaw had actually indicated earlier that question, you now have a situation where you have one language in one code that's a standard, and language in another code that has a conflicting standard. So in the original code, which is the election code, which is Title 10, will affect the potential filing next week. So one of the things that Representative Shaw was asking earlier is probably the need to address that conflict in the respective code. Now, we're at a point where Mr. Shaw is also requesting consideration from the council to address that issue now, at this point in the agenda, as opposed to waiting until later. Is there any objection from the council to addressing that issue at this point in the agenda?
Object, it's not germane, it's not in the agenda.
We have an objection to addressing it at this point in the agenda, Mr. Shaw. There's a couple things that will have to happen. We can move it to we can address it at the end of the agenda in other business. We will have, procedurally, we'll have to declare an emergency to consider it. But we can do that. There's an objection to do it right now.
He can object, there's nothing on the floor to object to yet. Because I haven't put it on the floor, so he can't object. But I will put it on the floor now that I'm declaring there's an emergency to get this right. not wait till at the end of the agenda when everybody decides they wanna go home, when they say adjourn, and they hit that door faster than I can turn around. So, the thing I want is, I'm declaring it an emergency, because this needs to be it's gotta be fixed now, not an hour from now or 2 hours from now. Where we're at this, maybe our Attorney General has the number to Eddie Schrader and tell him what we're fixing, what we've done.
Now, we do need to, we'll do need the reference to the election code.
Title 10.
Title 10, and where this issue is raised, so we'll be amending that particular section. When you give me
I
that,
asked for a second on that.
Second.
when you give me that citation, Mr. Bryan will look at that and see. Section 303.
Yes.
Section 303, it's paragraph 2.
The majority of the council did vote for this at a meeting, so
Yeah.
this was not.
Yeah. You're out of order.
Out of order. We should probably think about things before.
Let me have that, Gavin.
Mr. Shaw, Mr. Shaw,
I missed that.
you have a citation. Title 10, 303.
No, it
Something.
didn't. No. No.
There's no even arguing about it. It's over with. We're gonna start over. Do we need to take a vote on this?
Yes.
Then I call for a
Wait,
question.
Wayne, you haven't stated, we gotta make sure you put verbiage to your emergency. That's why I'm asking the Attorney General to give us the citation.
Section 303,
There's a paragraph to it though.
that paragraph there is rescinding.
I understand, but there's a paragraph. It's section 303, A, B, or C or something.
I don't have
So I'm
that.
asking him to give me that citation.
Section 303 is the contest of candidate.
302.
Yeah, is it in, it's 303, I think, is where this is stated.
Declare emergency.
I gotta get that emergency.
I believe it is
Is it
203.
305.
305? Or where, section 305, is there a particular paragraph associated or just section 305?
Section 305.
Section 305?
It's one paragraph.
All right, Mr. Shaw, here's, I think, the situation that exists, and we now Title 16, Section 908 conflicts with Title 3, Section 305.
Title 10.
Title 10. Title 10, Section 305. The emergency is that this conflict has a direct bearing on potential candidates filing for office in the current election cycle, which begins.
There's no 305, it's 303, employment of elected officials.
202.
No, it's 303. It's the one that came right from the BIA, it's what I'm looking at, their letter and their approved, and it says, section 303, employment of elected officials.
If you're looking at the portal, I don't know, is that the letter?
I think you had an email.
BIA letter?
It's the red line attached to the BIA letter.
Okay. BIA sent.
Should have gone. No, I think Alvina sent it to us from your.
Do you have that in your email?
Amended title ordinance 1703, April 13, 2017, section 303, employment of elected office officials.
Point of information, can we just have the Attorney General work out the mechanics of this, so we can continue on?
No, let's get it right, so we don't mess it up again.
Well, I know, that's why we need to wait till the end of the meeting.
No.
So this is something that you would like to change. I mean,
You've been drinking too much of that wine out there, that wine report.
This is the red line that's attached to the BIA.
It is section 303 that we would be amending Title 10, section 303. And Mr. Shaw, I think you're asking the council to declare an emergency due to the conflict between Title 10, section 303 and Title 16, section 908.
Right.
Is that your, okay. So at this time, Mr. Shaw is asking the general counsel to move off agenda to declare an emergency due to the fact that Title 10, Section 303 and Title 16, Section 908 are in conflict, and that conflict could have an impact on the upcoming election.
Correct.
That is the nature of the emergency.
Is it Title 11 as well?
Yes.
Title 11 doesn't apply here, because we're only dealing with 2 points, and the main thing we're trying to get to is 303. So you're voting to declare an emergency so that any consideration of a change to Title 10 can be considered. So you're voting to declare an emergency so that you could consider that action, any further action in this regard. Secretary, would you call the roll on the motion to declare an emergency?
Leanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcomen,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
David Narcomen, David Narcomen,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
See, do you have the updated version?
Patricia Kishkatron,
Yes.
Mary Fulbright, Annette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Pooty,
Yes.
Abraham Karani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Terry Hardeman,
Yes.
On a count of 24 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstentions, the motion to declare an emergency to consider possible amendments to Title 10, Section 303 has been approved. Representative Shaw, you have the floor.
Okay, at this time I'd like to rescind that amendment to Title 10 concerning employment and running for office at this time.
Well, I think you would word it different. That memo was approved, it was passed, so now you need to take a look at the exact language and say we want to either change it or strike. You know, strike, whatever, and I don't know what the language is off the top of my head.
We've got an attorney general there.
You got it?
Should have that in front of you.
Let's see. We got it. Scott's gonna try to get that up. Mike's gonna, he's gonna bring it up, let's make sure we're looking at the same one. Okay. Let's go with section 303. Make sure it's the right. Let's link it to a different version. It should be 303. There. Okay. So, Mr. Shaw, you want to recommend your language changes so the attorney can, for your proposed amendment? The language used to read, upon, I think, upon election or seated, upon installation. Wasn't election, but installation.
It would have to remove that point where, as the candidate, then it says file for elective office, needs to come out. Okay, well, what it does essentially, and I'll let y'all work out the logistics on that, what that does, it takes that part out about an employee that runs for the office has to resign immediately. In the past, we've let them stay until their installation.
Until they're installed.
Yeah.
So you want to restore the language until they're
Yes.
installed. So Mr. McBride would have to draft now we can do it a couple of ways. We can go ahead and do that now, or you can ask him to draft it, and we can consider the actual amendment later.
Well,
Do it now.
we know what's needed. And so if our Attorney General would be gracious enough to do that immediately, then we can vote on it in its essence, and Mr. Streeter can say yea or nay tomorrow, or whatever. They're supposed to work 7 days a week. They're supposed to.
You have suggested language for it? Can we let him?
What I would suggest is starting on the second sentence here. Any candidate for elected office who is also an employee of the nation may continue employment until such time the candidate is installed in office, period. And I believe you could keep the third sentence.
Any questions on the amendment as proposed? Representative Narkling and then Representative Cole.
If I may suggest, wouldn't it be more simpler just to revert back to the language previous section, and I'll read it out. Pursuant to the policy stated in Title 16, Section 908, employees of the Seminole Nation and all of its entities are prohibited from serving as an elected official. Any candidate for elected office is also an employee of the Seminole Nation and may continue employment up until such time as the candidate is sworn in. Any employee who becomes elected or appointed as an officer of the Seminole Nation, as defined in Title 10, Section 101H, or must resign employment with the Seminole Nation, or must decline being sworn in as an officer to retain employment. It is the proprietary interest in employment potential for undue influence that may be exerted either at the band or general council level that constitutes bias and conflict of interest. That's the previous wording. Why not just revert back to that?
Mr. Shaw, we have a recommendation to literally revert back to the previous language. And Mr. Nark, we just read that into the council to consider. As opposed to trying to rewrite this one, just literally replace this one with the language
I have no objection.
was there previously. Okay, that would probably be this easy. Representative McCoy, you have a...
No, I do not.
Mr. Shaw, you want to make that into a motion? That way you...
Okay, I'll make that motion that we amend the previous Title 10.
I think amend 303
303.
and restore the language previously approved by this council. Well,
That sounds
let's look at, yeah, previous language previously, whatever you want to
The
say.
previous language of.
Yeah.
Original bill,
Christian.
original election code. So, we'll be able to do that fairly easy. I just wanna get things done, get it over with, we need to move on. So, I need a second.
The only thing I would say to kind of clarify that might be what, I don't remember the exact date, the code as approved on March, the one we approved that caused all this problem, March 16th. The code as adopted by this council on March 16th, 2017. We would revert back to the language in that section.
But this is April 13th on the bottom of
So
Yeah.
I said that was, I thought
Yeah.
that was April.
Because this one probably hasn't been updated to address the one that was passed, because we had the March 2014, and there was one in this year. We amended to make some adjustments. If we revert back to the language that you approved in that code, it does not include this amendment. This amendment was an April amendment. So there's a, it was March.
On April 3rd.
We amended the code, I believe in March.
First, 2014.
Yeah, but there was one we passed just this year. That's what I'm saying, going back to. The code that was as adopted by this council on March 16th, the language as adopted by this council on March 16th, 2017. I understand what it says there, but it needs, we actually had an amendment in between those two. We adopted the 13th because the Bureau required amendments to the one we adopted on March, back in the first part of March.
Point of information. So, changing it back, so let's say we've got a manager at the tribe who has subordinates, tribal members. They could basically strongly encourage or force their subordinates to vote for the manager that's running for that office. If they don't get in, they're still their manager, they could still fire them. They could fire them if they didn't. Let's say they don't get in.
The board we're talking about are all non-ended anyway, so don't worry about it.
If we don't see undue influence here, then, then you're biased on that level.
We've never had this issue before.
Do the members of the council fully understand the adjustments recommended by Representative Narcomin and to the request to change in the code requested by Representative Shaw in terms of language? We would revert back to the language that was previously.
I think we've discussed it enough. I want to ask for the question.
This is, we have a motion on the floor for a verbal ordinance. An emergency has been declared for a verbal ordinance to amend Section 303 of Title 10. Election Code. Election Code, Title 10. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conlon,
Yes.
John Narcomin,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
David Narcomin,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright, Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yessa,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman,
Yes.
By a count of 25 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstention, that verbal ordinance is hereby approved. Moving on, our next item of business is tribal resolution, 2017-27.
Oh, six.
06. Okay, pardon me. My notes got me confused here. Tribal ordinance 2017-06. Do I have a sponsor for this one? Is anyone willing to read this into the, for the record? Bring it on for consideration. Representative Brian.
Tribal Ordinance 2017-06, an ordinance of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma amending Chapter 5 of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma Public Gaming Act codified and Title 15 of the Seminole Nation Code of Laws. Make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Representative McCoy, Representative Shaw, Representative Harden.
Well, I have an issue that, our agenda came out and this wasn't on it, and Wednesday evening is when we received this to vote on. And, I mean, most of the bands meet Thursday and Friday, but what about those bands that met prior? Didn't have the chance to review this ordinance or the additional 6 resolutions that were added at the last minute. And also at the band chief meeting on Monday, where they discuss as band chiefs, whoever shows up, they didn't have that opportunity as well. I think if we're getting stuff on this agenda, it needs to be before 10-day notice, that we know what's going on. If it tries to go on after, it needs to go to the next agenda for the following meeting.
Any discussion on this? Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Chief, we were in line, you called our
Oh,
name.
pardon me. Mr. Shaw, and then Representative.
Okay, the question I have is germane to this, what the thing is, I agree with that, it's an 80-20 split, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I agree to that, because we gotta have some money somewhere, to try to run this nation. But, I was asked, bring forward that one of our commissioners has or had a credit card in his name, and had been using it for rewards and kickbacks. I attempted to call that person last night, but my phone, because of the weather, kept messing up, and I couldn't get a hold of that person. Or I'd had them here to answer these questions. Since they're not here, the next best thing is our administration. I'm gonna have to kind of put you on the spot. Is it true that one of our commissioners has or had, I understand he had, I heard they had an emergency meeting to change it, had a credit card in his name to pay bills for the commission? And then the commission paid that credit card, that person received a reward.
Mr. Shaw, I can't answer that question because we're not over the gaming agency. The commissioners, if you're asking, you'd have to ask the commissioners directly. So you would have to actually do what you're saying is bring them here to answer that question. We don't have control over that area.
Okay, after this passes, and at the end of it, I am going to request that a commissioner be suspended until this is investigated. So I want to let y'all know that now.
Again, this is a bill that has nothing to do with the
Yeah, but
commission.
still, yeah, it does have, because this title is their title.
No, it is not their title.
Whose is it?
This is, I guess it is gaming overall, but
Okay.
this particular section deals with the distribution of net income from SNGE,
But it
not
means money.
SNGA.
It means money, so I'm thinking money.
So, Representative Hardiman?
Well, I was wanting to hear from Doty, because I want to hear what he thinks about this, because gaming is just now getting on top. They're doing some renovation, things are looking really good, the way they're staging up the game. Chief, I know your department's over that, the executive offices, but I can't see us, that's not how we become great, by just right when we get our head above water, we cut them again. I mean, I think if we were able to wait this out for 4 years, we'd be able to turn in more revenue to the tribe, but right now, honestly, we're not able, we gotta work in our budget, work within the budget and trim it down. And if we can't do the 70-30, then we need to make some cuts until we let gaming get above and get us there. I don't think this is the time to do that.
This question should be addressed to the ones the council put over gaming, which is the executive department.
Well,
But I would like to know Doty's opinion though, because he's the one over there running it. So how does this make him feel when we're saying, hey, we're gonna cut you, Tim, give us more? I mean, he's running that department, so he should be genuinely
You
invested.
don't think he knows what's happening right now? Or
He's not here,
is
I
he
want to
ready?
hear, as a council rep, I have the right to hear from him. So
Well, this particular issue, how much the council appropriates from is actually your decision. And the gaming enterprise will work within that decision, The revenue structure, position revenue structure is such that, in discussing this issue with Mr. Archer and the staff, financial staff too, it is, they're better off than they've been in a long time. So they're better able to do this to help the tribe meet its financial needs. And so it is going to affect, to some extent, what we can do capital-wise. But the other aspect is most of what we need to do goes beyond what this 10% would yield right now. So it is going to be a longer process. It will extend that process a little bit, but it's not going to completely stop their ability to continue to make improvements. But it is going to, what it will affect is their ability to make, say, build a new casino at Wewoka, for example. But a lot of the things that we're talking about when Jerry was here, those first stage developments probably won't affect them that much. But as they move, when you start looking at making substantial improvements, building a hotel, building a new casino at Wewoka, building a hotel in I-40, then that's what this original 10% set aside was supposed to assist with. But it's not really going to make those full payments. So, they don't believe it's going to hurt them that much in terms of their ability to move forward. It will impact it. It's going to make it slower. Yeah. Representative Coker, Representative Cuddy, and then back to
Well, yes, just a few months back and everything, we had employees talking about they wasn't getting enough pay up there, working, didn't have enough money to pay gaming employees. Now they're starting to get head above water, and you want to take it, are they going to get raises? Which they need up there, the employees up there. What y'all feel about that? As we said, they need to get raises.
The net income is after the operating budget. So, most of, to the extent what they were looking at, they were trying to do within the budget that's been approved. So it wouldn't affect the percentage. What this does is it does affect more from what Mr. Hardin was talking about, is their ability to make capital improvements.
Well, how about you working in your budget?
We've cut our budget, if you've seen, we've reduced our budget as well to, to what we thought we could do.
This isn't a new concept. So everyone's acting like it's some big surprise. It was discussed at Finance Committee many times, although they didn't necessarily vote for it or move to vote for it. We discussed things that could help balance the budget. And I think that's a constitutional responsibility of all of us. And it's a constitutional responsibility in the area of the council as well. So, years ago, I'm talking about 15, 17 years ago, this was actually entertained, and a lot of people don't realize that this is not a new concept. You want to balance the budget, then and still keep gaming doing what they're doing, and increments of improvement. You've seen the improvements. It's been acknowledged here off the floor today, and it's going to continue to be that way. What you're doing is helping your nation, which gaming all across Indian country was designed to do. That's why Indian tribes are allowed to do gaming, not only because of their sovereignty to do it, but a lot of it was allowed and looked at simply because it was going to help to be able to help run tribal government to the extent that it needs it.
Representative Cuddy?
I think when Enterprise of Seminole was the same, that 30% was set aside for economic development. When we separated it, that 30% was supposed to stay with Seminole, but we didn't do that. It went with Enterprise. When we had retreat in Oklahoma City for the council, I asked Billy Archer, I said, what do you do with that 30%? Because it's for economic development, and David doesn't do that. And he said, we pay some of the bills. But the gaming, out of gross, they pay for everything. Everything is paid after that, they still get 30%. Why? If they're making it, everything's paid for. They still have 30% coming in. And that 30% was basically geared for economic development in the first place. So I didn't say, well, I'm sure, they were behind them fingers and all that, so I don't know whether they got caught up on that or not, but I think that 30% was for economic development. So what is there to say, just taking 10% from it, if we're doing all right now, take 30%, give it to the tribe. Maybe it's going to help our programs better, because we have people out here that we have programs for, and we don't service everybody. And we can't, I know that, but a lot of them have to live in Seminole County. But if there's money out there and generated by the tribe, not federal, not state, those money is supposed to go to the tribe and to the people. So this way, and it tells us what those dollars have to go for. Elderly, health, whatever, education. So we talked about this, and that's what I said, is that 30% for economic development. And if we're not going to do that, give it back to the tribe, the 30%, and let them put it into the program, and we can help people. Seniors need it, and they're out of money already before they get around to it. And those are the kind of things we have to look at, and maybe that 30% would be better used coming back to the tribe, for the people. And I'm saying for the people. So, but that's what he had told me, is he's using it to pay the bills. And I wonder why he's using that 30% to pay the bill, because out of the gross, everything's supposed to be paid for. If they got bills, take it out of the gross, and then that net comes to the tribe, and it should be 100%, not 70%. So tribe is getting 70, and if they're getting 30, they're getting extra money. So consider that.
Representative Gessler.
I agree with Representative Carter. I would like to make a motion to table this so I can hear specifically from Dodie himself, because he stood up here and even at the retreat saying that, yeah, they are paying their bills, but they're barely making it. So if we take another 10% from them, what's going to happen then? And I'd rather hear from him that if they really can give this split up or not.
Have a motion table and seconded. Secretary, would you call the roll on the motion to table?
Leanne Sampson?
Yes.
Anthony Conley?
Yes.
John Narcomen?
Yes.
Rena Tiger?
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman?
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez?
Yes.
Nancy Fixico?
Yes.
David Narcomen?
Yes.
Kelly Davis?
Yes.
Sterling Springer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright? Nanette Hazelwood? Jennifer Horn?
Yes.
Sammy Gessler?
Yes.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani?
Yes.
Susie Harjo?
Yes.
Emmett Spain?
Yes.
Wayne Shaw?
Yes.
Catherine McCoy?
Yes.
Charlie Hill?
Yes.
Dwayne Miller?
Yes.
Ralph Coker?
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman?
Yes.
They don't understand what they.
By count is 26 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions. This item is hereby tabled.
How long?
It'll stay, I assume, next meeting. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-27.
Tribal resolution.
Representative Cootie?
2017-27.
Representative Cootie?
Oh, I have to withdraw this.
Yeah, this one is, the compliance officers told us this resolution was no longer needed, even though she had requested it, so it's withdrawn. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-28. Yes, sir.
Tell us why it's not needed.
Upon further review of the documentation for law enforcement, the compliance officer determined that this was a mature contract and it was no longer needed. We could simply ask for budgets as we have done. We didn't need another resolution to contract. I believe there's an email from Ms. Davis that was posted yesterday or day before on your portal. Does the fact you did not post it? You should have sent it to everybody. Send it to everybody. Next item of business is travel resolution 1728. Coming land acquisition representative.
That's cool.
Okay, you're asking to pull this one, withdraw this one. This item's been withdrawn. Next item of business is travel resolution 2017-29.
May I make a comment for the Chief? Chair?
Yes.
That comment is that we're buying land, we want to trade lands, both of them, one's withdrawn, the other one said he'll leave it on the table. Any land that we receive, why are we not getting a, what is it called, usage plan for it? I'd like to see it. I think I've asked several times for us to at least have a usage plan for what we're gonna use this land for. We're not getting it. And then the other question would be if you would send out a report as to how much of this land is paid for that we can put under trust so we can move as a nation towards that trust status on these properties that we're buying. I'm requesting that officially, so Secretary, please make sure that.
When you make an appropriation to be able to have those designs and everything made, we actually applied for a grant and was hoping that we would have acquired it so that we could have those very things to be able to present before the council. But see, things don't come out of midair. You know, a lot of folks may think that's the case here in the nation, but the thing of it is when you're going to do business proposals or anything of that nature, it costs a little bit of money to get these things drawn up, especially the architectural type work, where the road networks are.
I'm not asking for that. All I'm asking for is a usage plan. All that takes is a computer and somebody type it up and send me a letter saying this is what we're using for.
You know,
Back to the business at hand, travel resolution 2017-29. This does not have a sponsor. Is there, Chair would entertain a motion from a member of the floor to consider this item. This is travel resolution 2017-29.
I'll present it. Not everybody likes public speaking. TR 2017-29, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving appropriations and expenditures of remaining settlement funds. Bring this to the floor and ask for a second.
Second.
We have a motion and second discussion. Representative McCoy.
Okay, just a few questions that we have as a band. It says the budget provides for payoff or refinance. Meaning you guys are leaving your options open to either try to pay off or try to refinance?
Well, it's kind of up to the council. We've discussed at this level both methods. We've heard that some of the members of the council would prefer a straight payoff. So we just, at this stage, at the proposal level, we simply said, well, what give you that option?
Okay.
Whichever you would prefer.
Under the line item for equipment, it says purchase a dump truck for the tribal roads.
Yes.
Back in October 31st at the Finance Committee, Mike Johnson from Community Development brought his budget, and he had included a dump truck in that budget for $40,000. Is this the same one?
This is the same dump truck, yes. What we're hoping to do here to help us on the budget, on the general fund side, if we could shift this $40,000 here, that helps us on the general fund side. Services.
Under line item 5780, the building renovation, specifically provide for the cost of renovating Oak Street building.
Yes.
Have you taken into account the $8,000 insurance proceeds, or has that already been
The insurance
used?
proceeds went to the roof. So these,
So it has been.
so this, what we're looking at here is basically interior remodel. Representative Miller?
I mentioned this earlier, that this money $12.5 million that we received as a settlement. And as such, it belongs to the people, not the administration, it belongs to the people. In our band, we talked about some of the needs that we have as tribal members. And one of the things that was mentioned was over here in Sasakwa, you know, they lost their grocery store and they got to travel to Holdenville or Conwa to get a few groceries. And why can't the tribe open up a little convenience store there? You know, we'd capture all that business over there. If we use this money correctly, we could make us money. The land across the state college, a group of us met last week, and we talked over the idea that that land is just sitting there, and it was sold to us as a prime property for business. But we're not doing nothing with it, like Wayne Shaw was saying. He wants to see a development plan. Well, we all do. And since we don't have one, you know, we talked about putting a little cafe, a restaurant, coffee shop. You capture all that, the students from the state college coming over there, drinking coffee, having espressos and eating donuts or whatever. We could make Indian tacos, just like they do over at Potawatomi over at Shawnee. They sell tacos and beans and fried bread. They make all kinds of money. We could do the same thing and put a little gas station there, maybe a little arts and crafts store, buy arts and crafts, patchwork from our people, mark it up and sell it. You know, there's a tremendous possibility there. But you know, we weren't given a chance to say this is what we want to do. It takes time to get these things together. And so I don't think we should approve this, because I think we need to come up with some more ideas of what our people want. You know, if you go to Seminole on a Saturday morning for breakfast, you can't find a place to eat. But if we had our own cafe or restaurant, we could serve our own people. We could serve the white people, the black people, Mexican people, whatever. We could capture that money that we're giving out now. Going to McDonald's or, what's that one, Wayne, over there, that bus station?
Yeah, bus station?
Yeah, we're giving them all of our business. Why can't we capture our own business? Let Lottie get in there, cook some eggs and stuff. I would, our band, we voted against this.
On its own merits, my band was very pleased with some of the line items here, and they were very cautious and reserved about others. They would have been more comfortable with this entire process if the line items had been divided, and we realized that would have been time consuming. They would have been more amenable to this idea if they'd been presented individually rather than as one lump resolution. Thank you.
Mr. Shaw?
One of the things that we're looking at is, if you look at this, these churches that are outside our boundaries, Middle Creek, nothing wrong with Middle Creek, nothing against churches, but you're in Creek Nation. So is Quasset, Roseboro, over in Potawatomi County, First Indian Baptist in Shawnee. Those people get help from those tribes in that area. They get that help. You got down here for your ceremonial grounds, Chiaha, Gar Creek. That's the only Seminole ground we have. Then, there's a lot of them that go to Fish Pond, and a lot of them go to New Tulsa. But the Creek Nation helps Fish Pond and New Tulsa. They do not help think there should have been a lot more study going into this before. Once before, back quite a number of years ago, we decided we was gonna help the churches, we were gonna give them money when we got that judgment right. All of a sudden, they were self-made preachers and this church is going up. I got a church too, and you know, my family goes there, we're all in it. Well, and council helped some of us, but I just don't believe that we, and top that off, this is election year, people. This is election year. Let's just be candid about it. If you wanna do something, let's help those churches within Seminole County and Fish Pond. And the rest of it should be tabled and put back until a later date. That's the way I'd make my motion on that, if I could get a second.
Mr. Shaw and Mr. Darkman, obviously you're welcome to make amendments to the proposed budget as it's here. So Mr. Shaw, what amendment would you propose? You said you would, but then you started sitting there.
Well, like I said, I'd like to table the entire thing for the exception of, and I named those real churches within Seminole County.
When you say the entire thing, you're talking about the entire budget
Well,
proposal?
it is, yes.
Okay, so you're making a motion to table.
Because, yes, because what you're gonna do is I'm asking for money for our people to get buried right out here, we was allocating land. Now you're gonna take all the money, and I can't even bury myself out there.
Mr. Shaw, there's
There's a budgeted amount for the
200,000 in here
Yeah,
for your request for phase one.
Well, I'm not gonna take 200,000 when I can get 300 something, or 400,000 like you told me. So I motion to table and ask for a second.
We have a motion to table this budget. This motion is, do I hear a second? Second. Motion made and seconded to table. Secretary, would you call the roll on the motion to table?
Leetta Simpson?
No.
Anthony Conley? John Narcome?
No.
Rena Tiger?
No.
Kevin Hardeman?
No.
Heidi Gonzalez?
No.
Nancy Fixaco?
No.
David Narcome?
No.
Kelly Davis?
No.
Sterling Springer?
No.
Patricia Kishkaton?
No.
Karen Fulbright?
No.
Nanette Hazelwood?
No.
Jennifer Horn?
Yes.
Sina Yesler?
Yes.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani?
No.
Susie Harjo?
No.
Emmett Spain?
Yes.
Wayne Shaw?
Yes.
Catherine McCoy?
Yes.
Charlie Hill?
Yes.
Dwayne Miller?
Yes.
Ralph Tucker?
No.
Sherry Hardman?
No.
By a count of 9 yes, 17 no, 0 abstentions, the motion to table fails. Back to the original motion, Representative Hill.
Call the question.
Representative Hill has the floor.
After I speak there, Mr. Sterling, you need to go on home.
Mr. Hill, proceed.
Okay, I apologize, sir. But anyway, my band didn't say this, okay? I'm speaking as a general council rep for about 8 years that I've been on. When you look at this resolution and all that pertaining to the last monies that we have from the 12.5, we're talking about a little over $2 million still in the trust fund. We still have like 400 and some odd thousand from the ones that we didn't pay off. And then we still got that $1 million from the CD. That's talking about $3.5 million we're talking about that. If we do approve it and all that, it will be in the hands of the executive office. I want y'all to think about this, people. A lot of y'all are against the event center. Y'all don't want it built, okay? Which is fine. You go to the gym down here when y'all had storm dance. You got water leaks out here this morning. And it's not really what you call adequate and feasible enough for people to come in and enjoy themselves. Last October 5th, some of y'all were aware of the revival they had out here in Kent. You know, you could have an event center and all that. You got the Princess coming, they're always trying to rent Kelly Haney building, et cetera, blah, 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 okay? But anyway, I want y'all to think about this, okay? Referring to the resolution that was brought up, that was sponsored by Mr. Sterling there, but still came out from the executive office. This resolution indicates a lot of things that they need to pay off for, okay? And give out, share. We've got a lot of Christians when they mention church, okay? You look at Christians when church is mentioned, but you don't understand also. We have a lot of hypocrites. But not only that, but we do have a lot. There's not a few called a true Christian. If you read your Bible, there's none righteous, no, not one. Okay, that's not the only border neither, that's the truth. Second of all, when you look at this resolution that just came up this past Wednesday, after some of these bands already had their meeting, you look about how far away we are before we have our general election, okay, in July, mid-July. You're talking about 2.5 months from now. If y'all are smart, you could think about this as a scam where it's like a political buy for votes, all right? Reason being, we had this 2 million in here for quite some time. We could have requested this last year to try to help the churches, etc., during summertime for ACs, during wintertime for heaters, etc. No, it did not happen. And not only that, if you are a leader and you want to help your people.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would it? Press that in. Yes. Okay, thank you, sir.
We're Representative Mr. Moore. You've already seen it.
We'll inform something out about it, you know what I mean?
You know, I was saying about, you know, what he said, even though the elections are coming up, a lot of these things on here, on this list, are needed. And like I said, we have to pay off the AD, we gotta pay off the lobbyists, we gotta pay everything. We gotta pay this and that. But there is some churches out there that do need help. They need help with their roads, they need help with their fellowship halls, they need help with, you know, a lot of things. And I believe, I even told my band, you know, this is my opinion, this is what I think. It don't matter what anybody else says, because like I said, it may be a scam. Anybody can think of it.
Don't use that word.
It was already used. And anyways, myself, I don't look at it that way. No matter who's doing what, it's on paper, it's gonna help somebody, and it's there, and it's, you know, up to us to vote, and the members that were there, they voted on it, and no matter what, even if, maybe Chief is, you know, but, you know, that's the truth. Everybody may laugh, everybody may call me a liar or whatever, but we gotta look at the members. It's gonna help. And it don't matter who I got hate against, it's gonna help the members. It's gonna help, and you can call church, Christian people, whatever you want. But we're all held accountable for what we do, each one of us. And so, you know, this is what I believe, and this is what our band wants, you know, no matter what.
Representative Shaw, then Representative Springer.
Well, what I'd like to see before I even think about that, what do you consider an Indian church? What do you consider a Native American church? Some of our churches have now gone to, they've gone into Baptist conference or whatever it's called, they get help from them. And the size of the church, High Spring down there, I'm gonna say probably people attendance down there is probably no more than one big meeting, you might have 30 our members, and maybe 60 of the others. There may be 90 people there. But what qualifies them to get something, when Spring Church, oh, they got a large membership, but how many of them attend that church? We don't go in and do that, we don't do a survey. If we want to build a convenience store down, we get a traffic survey, see how many cars come by, how feasible it was. But to give to a church, we need, depend on their size. Go in and have it looked at. If they want a roof on that building and that's what it's gotta have, put a roof on that building. But I wouldn't give it to the churches themselves. I'm sorry, but that's just the way my feelings are. You're naming churches outside this boundary. I've never heard of it. You're and they're getting help somewhere else. Also, you're naming 3 ceremonial grounds. When I'm a ceremonial person and I only know of one. And I know there's Seminoles go to the others, but because they're over in Creek County, they get help. We've got stomp ground that stomps just like we do over there in Caddo County. The Caddos help them. And like all, people think I'm teasing you, but the Chickasaws are now taking our stomp dance stuff too. Are we gonna give Chickasaws money? Because they're doing stomp dances down there as their culture. I thought I was Seminole till I went, saw my culture, they would do a stomp dance, so now I guess I'm Chickasaw. Yeah, those are the things that we've got to look at. We just can't just jump in here and say, hey, I'm gonna give you money. Let's set some criteria up. Not sit here and say, because there's a Seminole going to church there, we'll give them $10,000.
Not a Seminole.
When you got 20 Seminoles going to church over here, that's gonna get the same $10,000. That's wrong. We need to set up some kind of criteria and do
There's
whatever we
precedent's been
gotta
set
do.
from the last time we did it.
What I'm hearing is, not give churches money, I don't know about y'all, but I'm certainly tied. I'll go ahead and call for the question.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Sampson?
No.
Anthony Conley?
No.
John Narcome?
No.
Rena Tiger?
No.
Kevin Hardeman?
No.
Heidi Gonzalez?
No.
Nancy Fixico? Nancy Fixico? David Narcome?
No.
Kelly Davis?
No.
Starling Springer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
No.
Nanette Hazelwood?
No.
Jennifer Horn?
No.
Sina Yessa?
No.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie? Abraham Ferrani?
No.
Susie Harjo?
No.
Emmett Spain?
No.
Wayne Shaw?
No.
Catherine McCoy?
No.
Charlie Hill?
No.
Dwayne Miller?
No.
Ralph Coker?
No.
Cherry Hardeman?
No.
By a count of 4 yes, 22 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have failed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-30. The chair will, these are items that normally would come through the finance committee. We're having to bring them directly to the council in the absence of a functioning committee. Mr. Springer?
I make a motion that we group Seminole Nation TR 2017, 31, and 32 together and vote on them again.
Second.
They all pertain to the same thing, different criteria.
We have a motion to approve tribal resolution 30, 31, and did you say 32 as well, Mr. Springer?
Yeah, and 32.
Okay. We have a motion to consider tribal resolution 2030, 2031, and 2032 with one vote. Motion's been seconded.
Second.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Theodore Sampson?
Yes.
Anthony Conley?
Yes.
John Narcome?
Yes.
Rena Tiger?
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman?
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez?
Yes.
Nancy Fixico? David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Starling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
No.
Sina Yesley.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lottie Cootie.
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmett Spain. Wayne Shaw. Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill. Charlie Hill. Dwayne Miller.
Yes.
Ralph Coker.
No.
Cherry Hardman.
No.
A count of 20 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstentions. And those measures to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-33. Again, chair requests member sponsorship from the floor.
I'll do that again. TR 2017-33, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the second modification to the FY 2017 Seminole Nation Food and Nutrition Services Program budget and incorporation of said budget into the FY 2017 comprehensive budget and authorizing an appropriation. You're on the floor, and ask for a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded, discussion of it. Mr. McCoy?
I have a question, on the attachment, the letter that was sent to you. It states on the last line that all the documents should have been sent back to the office no later than Friday, March 31st, so we've passed a deadline. Did somebody respond? Because we're just now voting on this, and it's obviously after the date.
Do we have a director here? Is the director here?
On an item of this nature, just like any other contract or grant, I would go ahead and sign the document so that we can accept the funds for appropriation. The funds were awarded, I accepted on behalf of the nation. Now you're actually approving the appropriation of these funds for budget purposes. That's today's action. We're not accepting these from the federal government. We're actually just appropriating the money for expenditure.
But did you submit the SF 424B assurance forms?
Yes, these were all, would have been done already.
Even after the date of this letter that you received on February 22nd?
Yes, we would have done this between now and today.
Call for question.
Questions? Done. Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman.
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez.
Yes.
Nancy Fixito. David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Starling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
No.
Sina Yesley.
No.
Marilyn Moore. Lottie Cootie. Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmett Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
No.
Charlie Hill. Dwayne Miller.
No.
Ralph Coker.
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman.
Yes.
By a count of 21 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-34. Again, Chair is requesting the sponsor to introduce this to council consideration.
TR 2017-34, tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the fiscal year 2017 Seminole Nation Community Health Assessment Program budget and incorporation of said budget into the FY 2017 comprehensive budget and authorizing an appropriation to put on the floor. Ask for a second.
Second.
Made and seconded. Any discussion, Mr. Shaw?
Question on that is, $15,000 coming from? And,
It's coming from the Southern Nation, coming from, as a grant from the Southern Plains Tribal Health Board.
okay, that's a grant, but what, is that what that SPGHB dash tech
Yes.
grant?
Yes.
Okay. It says you're gonna do a lot of travel here, looks like. It's only $500, but there's still travel. Who is buying supplies for it? Who's administering this grant?
This grant will be administered through the diabetes program.
Okay. I missed that. I didn't know who would run it here. And contractual services. May I ask, who is contractual services? We always come up with contractual services, and it doesn't say who, what, where. It's very
This is Mr. Tiger here. You asked the question. He's going to answer the question.
Good afternoon.
not too good right now, sir.
What's that? Okay, this is a year 3 funding. You guys had the funding last year. Larry Factor oversaw it. It was a community needs assessment. Southern Plains, when he resigned, none of the money was spent, except maybe like $400 on some pins that were bought last year. All we have to do, I have to oversee it, and the contract person is our former nurse, and she's in the neighborhood and knows all the people. She's taking the needs assessment out to the people to do the survey basically. So that's pretty much where the contract is paying for her to go out. I can't do it because I'm running the diabetes program. I'm just overseeing this to make sure it gets done. Hold on. So it's year 3 and a 5-year grant. Year 4 next year, you guys are getting $30,000. Year 5 after that, you're getting $60,000 to keep updating and trying to increase the health needs of Seminole Nation. That's basically what we're at.
We're gonna pay her contractual services.
No, you're not paying her. It's coming out of this grant. It's just $6,300.
Even out of the grant, she's still getting contractual services.
Yeah, because I'm not, it can't come out of the diabetes budget.
Does she still work for the nation?
No.
Okay, so you're contracting a nurse out here to do these surveys?
Yeah.
Is it a Seminole?
Seminole. Tribal member?
Yeah.
No.
Well, why can't we put our own tribal members to work? They got nurses out here, several of them.
I can answer that question. Every time I put that notice out, I don't get any of those. No one applies for it. I'm sorry, I tried. I tried, Wayne. I do. I put it out there.
I'll verify that.
Thank you, sir.
I've been with this from day one. I know who asked for it.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Simpson.
Yes.
Anthony Conley.
Yes.
John Narcome.
Yes.
Rena Tiger.
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman.
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez.
No.
Nancy Fixita.
No.
David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis.
Yes.
Sterling Springer.
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton.
Yes.
Karen Fulbright.
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood.
Yes.
Jennifer Horn.
No.
Sina Yesler.
No.
Marilyn Moore.
Yes.
Lottie Pooty.
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani.
Yes.
Susie Harjo.
Yes.
Emmons Spain.
Yes.
Wayne Shaw.
Yes.
Catherine McCoy.
Yes.
Charlie Hill. Dwayne Miller.
No.
Ralph Coker.
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman.
Yes.
My count is 20 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is travel resolution 2017-35. Again, we have Chair.
This one again. DR 2017-35, a travel resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, approving the second modification for fiscal year 2017 Seminole Nation Indian Child Welfare Program budget and incorporation of said budget into the FY 2017 comprehensive budget and authorizing an appropriation. That's for a second.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion? Representative Shaw?
Now, what do we, it just, from what I'm looking at, it looks like we're putting it into salaries. And then use it for a few other things. But the question I would have is, why doesn't ICW come up here and answer these questions? Because, I've got some questions by ICW that need to be answered specific to the director or.
Is this a budget? Mr. Haynes here to answer your questions you have with respect to this
Okay,
request budget.
I know I've asked this several times, but I'm gonna ask again.
Go ahead. Mr. Haynes, you want to come? Go ahead. Mr. Shaw? Question?
Mr. Tiny, how many of these children under Indian child welfare are being represented or protected by your office?
Is this on? So, you need to kind of clarify what you mean.
How many, well, Indian child welfare cases do y'all carry?
We carry on average probably about 175.
Okay, now, what do y'all do with those cases? Because I'm getting some complaints again every
And
day.
I've addressed this with you before, Mr.
I
Shaw.
know, and
You
I'm
only get
getting-
complaints and you're only getting one side of the story. My back's up against the wall. I can't divulge confidential information. I can't address it with my,
I'm not asking you to individual.
but what you get, and when you contact our office or social services, is you're seeking information, and we can't give you that information.
Well, I think I'm seeking information right now by asking you a question. You told me how many cases. Now, how do you represent them? Do you go to court with them? Do you go to DHS and say, hey, you can't do this because this is an Indian child under the Seminole Nation and try to put them with Native Americans? What exactly does your office do? All I keep hearing, we're gonna burn all the, excuse my language, smart ass remarks. And that's what I hear.
Well, we are. I mean, I am in court almost every day, all day. We attend meetings with the department, mainly to try to enforce placement preferences, make sure that they're providing active coverage to our clients. You know, I don't, other than that, I mean, we are busy, up to the point where, you know, we have HR telling us to burn some of our comp time, and I'm unable to do so. I can't take a vacation. We lost 2 staff members with a reduction in the amount of funding that we received, and those aren't replaced. And so we are basically tasked with, you know, covering all those cases with 2 less staff members, and you know, we're stretched in. But we make it to, and there's oftentimes we have to prioritize which hearing we attend, depending on what's going on with the case. You know, we may have to, you know, make sure we're in Seminole County or Pontotoc County or Oklahoma County, wherever. We have to be responsive to each of the cases wherever they may be, and it takes a lot of our time. I mean, I may be in Custer County in the morning for court, and then have to be in Bryan County down in Durant that afternoon. But we attend those, and unfortunately, it is a juggling act sometimes, trying to make a determination about where we're going to be.
But, you know, the thing is,
Mr. Shaw, do you have any questions relevant to the budget request?
what are you gonna do with this money?
You're increasing travel by 2,000. You're increasing special programmatic outlay support and contract support. Those are the increases.
I think most of it is because of an increase in client support.
Under special program, it's all, you're increasing this for the 10,240. We're moving to 10,248. Again, it's sports clients, different aspects of programmatic goals listed here in the budget justification. That's the primary change. Contract support, that's an increase in the actual award for the nation for contract support. I believe that Representative Yathos and Representative Nark.
I just had a question with that, saying that we're increasing travel. With you being short-staffed and being, so it's just you and your reception in the office, correct?
There are 2 other staff that are paid out for the funds.
Okay, because that's what I was gonna ask, well, how we splitting up travel and doing travel with having being short-staffed and having 167 cases and trying to attend court to all those, but going out of state for training.
Yeah, that's, I mean, and the training is stuff that's written into our Children and Family Services plan with ACF, so the NICLA training, things like that are basically requirements when you get that plan approved. Outside of that, it's going to be traveling to court and making court appearances and such.
I understand NICLA and like OIPA and all that is for your grant, but would you all be traveling? Do you all travel together?
Not
or do you have
usually.
one designated person that's gonna be just?
Not usually, and typically if it's, I mean, for like the local meetings and things like that, it's just going to be me. I can't afford to send several representatives from our office. It's just typically be me.
So I'm just reiterating, if there's nobody really helping in the office, that's why I was asking.
Mr. Narkin.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much for being here. I know there's got to be something that probably has to be done as far as the staffing goes, because it seems like you need more help. And the reason I just want to make a quick comment here, and if there are no other questions, I'd like to call the question. The comment I have is that one of our constituents, several years ago, this may have been before your time, but just to comment on that, is that she was trying to get custody of a grandchild and was told by the front desk people to go to the DHS that they would have time to take care of that. Just a comment so you're aware.
We don't refer them to the department. Typically, if they're looking at a guardianship, we're going to refer them to the court, and then at the court, just go through that civil process.
Several years ago.
I wouldn't refer them to DHS.
Call for the question.
Questions called for. Questions called for. Questions called for. Thank you, Mr. Rankin. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, on the motion?
Leanne Sampson? Leanne Sampson?
No.
Anthony Conley? John Narcomin?
Yes.
Rita Tiger?
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman?
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez?
No.
Nancy Fixaco?
No.
David Narcomin?
Yes.
Kelly Davis?
Yes.
Sterling Springer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood?
Yes.
Jennifer Horn?
No.
Sina Yesler?
No.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani?
Yes.
Susie Harjo?
Yes.
Emmett Spain?
No.
Wayne Shaw?
No.
Catherine McCoy?
No.
Charlie Hill?
No.
Dwayne Miller?
Yes.
Ralph Coker?
No.
Jerry Hardiman?
By count of 14 yes, 12 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is travel resolution 2017-36. And the chair's entertaining a motion, place into consideration.
I did this one too.
PR 2017-36, a tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma approving the third modification for fiscal year 2015 child care program budget and incorporation of said budget into FY 2015 comprehensive budget. Ask for a second.
Any second discussion, Representative Gonzalez.
I'd like to ask that we vote for 36 and 37 together.
Accept that amendment. We will now be considering tribal unless further objection, 2017, 2036, with one vote.
You already got, a motion on the floor for one with a second.
She asked to amend the motion, and I think you accepted that. The second accept them. We have an objection to considering both at the same times. Secretary, we have an objection to considering both items at the same time. Secretary, would you call the roll on the objection to consider items, tribal resolution 36 and 35 at the same time? 37, 36, and 37.
Are we saying yes, we object, or no?
Yes, if you object. No, if you do not object. Wayne, do you have a second to the objection? I'm sure you'll get one.
Thought I did. I don't know. I did. If I did, I thought I had a second.
Okay, we do have a
I
second.
got a second. I heard that.
Okay, we're voting on the motion. The objection to considering items 36, tribal resolution 36 and tribal resolution 37 with single vote. Secretary, would you call the roll, please, on the objection?
Leanna Sampson,
It's, what you saying is, I think when I vote no,
You're opposing the objection.
no.
Anthony Conley,
No.
John Narcome,
No.
Rena Tiger, Kevin Hardeman, Heidi Gonzalez, Nancy Fixico, David Narcome, Kelly Davis,
No.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright, Nanette Hazelwood, Jennifer Horn,
Abstain.
Sina Yesler, Marilyn Moore, Lottie Cootie, Abraham Ferrani,
No.
Susie Harjo, Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Terry Hardman,
No.
That kind of 2 yes, 20 no, and 2 abstentions. Motion, the objection is to consider tribal resolution 2017, 2037 in one vote is hereby rejected. So we can go back to the motion as amended. Question is called for on the motion as amended to include both resolutions on both bills. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leanna Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Kevin Hardeman,
No.
Heidi Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yesler,
No.
Marilyn Moore, Lottie Cootie, Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
No.
Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Terry Hardman,
No.
By a count of 14 yes, 12 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-38. Again, Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Representative Springer, do I hear a second?
Second.
Any discussion on the resolution? Representative Martin.
Call for question.
The question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcomen,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Harlan, Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco,
Yes.
David Narcomen,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yessa,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy, Charlie Hill,
No.
Fannie Harjo, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman,
By a count of 22 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Members of the council, we have, this next resolution promises to be matters of potential discussion. We have a gentleman in the audience who many of you know quite well, who has been, who's graciously considered to allow me to consider appointing, after your confirmation, to appoint him to the Business Corporate Regulatory Commission. Assistant Chief Harrison has been here most of the day, and I'd like to ask you to do one of two things. Since most of you know him, if we could excuse him from the requirement from remaining until we consider his resolution, or move ahead in the agenda and consider his resolution so he can go ahead about his business of the day. My first suggestion is simply excuse him, since we know, most of you know who he is, Representative Narcomen.
I think that his being here up to this point has shown sufficient, that he's sincere about the position.
So if there's no objections from the council, then I would certainly thank Mr. Chief Harrison for attending today as part of our request that appointees be present. And we thank you, sir, and we'll let you know how the vote turns out if you wish to go ahead and go about your business for the rest of the day. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Back to the order of business of the day. Tribal Resolution 2017-39. Again, Chair will entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion approved and seconded. This is for consider the planning budget. Do we have any discussion? We have a question over here, then.
We have 39?
Yes, 39.
Okay, so in here, the estimated projected revenues from gaming are at a projection of 80-20, and I thought we tabled that, so how could we?
Well, you did, so we would not be able to include that in. That portion would have to be stricken. So we would, at this time, we would need to, an amendment. Scott, do you still have that? We would need to reduce the, Patricia, do you have that number? We'd be reducing it back to 3 million. I guess it's on the side there. If we consider this resolution, we would need to reduce this number back to, I can't see the numbers, 3,100,000 and what for gaming revenue? 3,173,000. $691 is what would be approved since the 80-20 request has been tabled. And then that would reduce our projected revenue by the amount shown, which is right at $400,000, which would leave us still leave us in a deficit situation by approximately $400,000.
I'll accept this change.
We will modify, make that amendment to the revenue structure. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chair. Our band had discussion on this, and, you know, we're having difficulty paying our bills, and we're purchasing land, as you know, that we're not using at this point. And I understand that it takes a while in order to get it established. What we'd like to do is to remove the land acquisition, $250,000 from this budget, and that will give us $250,000 more. Well, actually, it's just taking it off.
We've already committed most of that money for this year. It pays our loan payments, and it's made other payments. You know, we already budgeted most of it.
And not only that, Ms. Gonzalez, you would be fine late in tribal law.
Well,
We already went over this. We already went over this last time in finance committee. Okay? There is a process. And that process is not done.
Representative Spain?
Yes, my man wanted to ask about the cell tower fees.
Yes.
Is there an approved plan for that?
At the present time, no, there isn't. The main thing here is in order, the council sent us back with the instructions to try to figure out how we were going to close the budget gap that we had. The revenues that are being generated through the Historic Preservation Office. So what we're requesting here is to use the revenues that they've generated to basically pay for the budget of that office for this year. Beyond that, you know, there's a lot of things that council has asked for or that would like to consider if the revenues reach that level. This is only to cover the office this year. For this year. Out of those revenues, yes.
Is there an idea about when this plan comes down?
No, I have no particular idea, you know, when that would occur. Part of it's going to depend on the rate at which the revenue grows. Representative McCoy did.
At the finance meeting on April 3rd, we were told that there was a balance of $103,470 in the cell tower. Are you just taking, did you just come up with that, where did you come up with that 80?
That's the budget, the revised budget amount request. Well,
So you're gonna leave, you're not gonna use this entire 103,000 from the
there's actually, as you heard the assistant chief say earlier, it's about 141,000 now.
145.
145, pardon me. So, yeah, we're only requesting to use a portion of it. Any further discussion? Representative Shaw.
We talked about this pretty hard in our band, and I've been asked to give you the same thing that we've been, the administration, the same thing that we've been operating on. In accordance with the finance committee, we're gonna give you what, 212?
112.
112?
I mean,
What do we got left?
5 months.
5 months. We've got another council meeting when?
Next one would be June.
So we can give you 212, and that would suffice till then?
You have to.
Okay, at this time, then I would request that we only give you 212 in your budget, remaining budget, until at such time we get some other things straightened out. I didn't understand about the cell tower revenue, I never saw that, it's not in here. If it is, I can't find it, I've looked through this thing.
Mr. Shaw, I'm not quite sure how I would phrase your motion. I
So,
guess,
this one right here, 'cause this says the remainder,
yes.
and I'm saying I can get 212. That's all you
2/12 of this budget or 2/12 of
2/12 of the operating budget that you've been using.
Okay, we've been using 2016 budgets. This budget is actually lower than this budget was reduced those budgets quite a bit. So now we're still out of balance, but it's a significant, the budget is significantly lower than what we had before.
The only reason I wouldn't table this, we'd have to shut down. We've got people over there working under this budget. So I'd like to, like for you to work with me to say, hey, 2/12 of what? Because I'm willing to give you 2/12 of the budget to work out until we get back again and try to finish it up.
What else, other than this, the only thing that we have outstanding is whether or not we're gonna consider the 80/20. Is there, I'm kind of trying to figure out, trying to figure out what we would be addressing beyond that issue.
I'm trying to keep from tabling is what I'm trying to do, I'll tell you straight up. If we don't give you 2/12, then I'm gonna have to request a table. I know the table's not gonna make it.
Well, what we've done previously, Mr. Shaw, is we'd go ahead and address this one. If it failed, then we would come back with a verbal to the continuing resolution at the 112 rate. That's probably still the easiest approach to take, is to go ahead and address this one, and if it fails, which it has before, then council would approve, would then move toward a verbal resolution consideration. That's what we've done before. So if you want a motion to table the whole thing, you can, or we can proceed with the vote to consider and whether it fails or up or down. Any further discussion on the question is called for? Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Sampson?
Yes.
Anthony Conley?
Yes.
John Narcomen?
No.
Rena Tiger?
No.
Kevin Hardeman? Heidi Gonzalez?
Yes.
Nancy Fixito?
Yes.
David Narcomen?
Yes.
Kelly Davis?
Yes.
Sterling Springer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood?
Yes.
Jennifer Horn?
No.
Sina Yessa?
No.
Marilyn Moore?
Yes.
Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani?
Yes.
Susie Harjo?
Yes.
Emmons Spain?
No.
Wayne Shaw?
No.
Catherine McCoy?
No.
Charlie Hill?
No.
Dwayne Miller?
No.
Ralph Coker?
No.
Cherry Hardeman?
By a count of 14 yes, 12 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed as amended. Tribal Resolution 2017-40. We have a sponsor. Is anyone willing to introduce this for travel? Accept a motion to approve. Mark.
We're going to sponsor it, John?
Who you going to?
I can. It
Okay,
doesn't-
go ahead.
Okay, I'll sponsor it. That Federal Resolution, Seminole Nation of Oklahoma, approving fiscal year, that is 2017, Nation's Independence Day budget and incorporation of his budget and FY 2017 budget, comprehensive budget, and authorizing an appropriation and ask for a second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion. Representative Miller.
Okay, for some of you that aren't aware, for the last several years, a small group of us have been trying to get this significant holiday for the Seminole Nation kind of a common, place thing with us. You know, 4th of July, everybody cooks hot dogs and pops fireworks and celebrates this country's birthday. But at that time, as Seminole Indians, we weren't even considered citizens. We were savages to them. But here we are. We have the opportunity to recognize our independence. A lot of people think we came from Florida to the Indian Territory and then we just went from there. No. We suffered almost 20 years as in limbo. We weren't anything. They wanted to force us to become part of the Creek Nation. And our leaders would not accept that. So they went through several treaties. The first one was the Treaty of 1846, and they gave us some land, but we were still in the jurisdiction of the Creeks. And the Creeks tried to take away the black people. They tried to disarm us as Indian people. And so some of our people went down to Mexico to get away from the Creeks in the United States. At that time, Billy Bowlake was still fighting the American Army in Florida. So they asked the Seminoles that were in Indian Territory to go back to Florida and asked Billy Bowlake to quit fighting and come to Indian Territory. And he laughed at them and said, "You don't even have your own land over there yourself. Why should we go over there? We'd rather die in Florida than go to Indian Territory and become part of the Creeks." So we are trying to get this story out. And I know a lot of people think it's just a few of us, and they think, well, you know, it's really nothing. This is a very, very significant history that we have. And I thank the chief and the assistant chief for helping us out and getting some of these things going. And we don't have a budget. We just kind of piecemeal here and there what we could. But this time we have the opportunity to have a budget and to highlight, and if you're not interested, that's fine. But your children should be interested in this history. And this is who we're focusing on, is our youth, because they need to know this history of the Seminole Indians. So I would encourage everyone to support this bill.
And it's required by tribal law as well, as far as the acknowledgement of it.
Call for the question.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Sampson?
Yes.
Anthony Conley?
Yes.
John Narcome?
No.
Rena Tiger?
No.
Kevin Hardeman?
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez?
No.
Nancy Fixico?
No.
David Narcome?
Yes.
Kelly Davis?
Yes.
Sterling Springer?
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton?
Yes.
Karen Fulbright?
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood?
Yes.
Jennifer Horn?
No.
Sina Yesup?
No.
Marilyn Moore? Lottie Cootie?
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani?
No.
Susie Harjo?
No.
Emmett Spain?
Yes.
Wayne Shaw?
Yes.
Catherine McCoy?
Yes.
Charlie Hill?
Yes.
Dwayne Miller?
Yes.
Ralph Coker?
Yes.
Terry Hardeman?
Yes.
By count of 18 yes, 8 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is proper resolution 2017-41. Ms. Ron.
A resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma authorizing the reappointment of Marlene Burgess to the Seminole Nation Division of Commerce Board of Directors. Make a motion to approve and ask for a second.
The second question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leota Sampson?
Yes.
Anthony Conley? Joan Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Pixico, David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
No.
Nanette Hazelwood,
No.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesley,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Lottie Cootie, Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman,
Yes.
Count of 22 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-42. Representative Fulbright.
I'd like to introduce tribal resolution TR 2017-42, tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. General Counsel confirming the appointment of Kimberly Yahola Morris to the Seminole Nation Election Appeals Board. This term would be from April 1st, 2017, and expiring on September 30th, 2017. And if any of y'all don't know her, she is here. Second.
Made and seconded. Question is called for. She's-
Well, you want to meet her? All right, say so.
Come on down. Ms. Hall, if you wouldn't mind coming.
Hello, I'm Kimberly Yahola. I'm the newcomer man, and I'm Bear Clan. I'm the great-granddaughter of Barney and Jean Tiger from Markland. And I am pursuing my bachelor's from Langston University in sociology. So, which is basically the study of people, so what better people to try to learn about than my own. So, I want to be more involved with the tribe because I had the opportunity to live in Florida. So I've experienced the Florida Seminoles and ours. And my son, you know, I keep him involved in everything.
Who's better?
You're
trying to be a whore now.
That's a loaded question.
Enough said. I just want to, like I said, be more involved with the Seminole Nation. And, you know, I think the best way is by learning about the election process. And, you know, I think it's important that the rules and everything is followed right to ensure that all the candidates have a fair, you know, election. And you know, like I said, I just wanted to gain experience, get my foot in the door. I work with the Greenwood Chamber of Commerce, and it's like Black Wall Street. And I think that I would be, you know, a very good person for the appeals.
I like it. We're pull that foot back, like the smash. But okay.
Does anyone have any questions for? We had a couple hands for questions. Representative Fulbright.
I just want to say, Ms. Yahola, thank you for coming forward and asking to be on this board. She is wanting to get involved. So she asked me, how do I go about getting on a committee or getting involved with the tribe? And I said, just submit your name to the General Counsel Secretary, what you're interested in doing. And she did. And here she is.
Representative McCoy.
Just a quick question. Do you attend your band meetings?
No, I live in Broken Arrow.
So I don't ever get informed when they are. I don't get informed of anything in Tulsa. And as I understand, I can't even vote there, so.
You just took your precinct.
So, it's very hard, but I made a way to do this today because it's very important to me.
I noticed that communications this week decided to go ahead and put band meetings on the nation's website or Facebook page. Now, I don't think I saw your band on there, but that might be something to pass on because they're starting to do that. And I think that's a really good way to at least notify you when your band meetings are.
I also wanted to add that I've done a radio interview for the media department and encouraging our native youth to continue with their education. And I was featured in the newspaper, and I was also in the Greenwood, I forgot what it's called, with the name of their, but it's a nationwide newsletter, and I was also featured in that. And the first thing, of course, I say is who my people are and what I am. That's the first thing I always put, just to get my name out and to represent our tribe.
Ms. McCoy, Frank is our band chief, and I usually email you or message you on our band meetings, and I know her and her sister live away, and but I do let them know what it is, and Frank puts it in the paper, but I'll let him know about putting it.
Something new they started.
I was gonna say, that's the first time I've seen that, but we had ours on Monday.
My aunt is the senior princess this year, so she's always here. She's actually at the museum today in Wilson, because I was going to ride with her, but we had to be in two different places at once. So my family's very involved with everything, as much as we can. Some people have jobs, and I'm a full-time mom, part-time student, so I do what I can. I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity and considering me.
Any quick There's no other questions.
So this, I see you live in Tulsa, so you won't have problems getting to.
I've never really been
And surely they'll notify you a few days ahead and request that if they've done.
Ms. Miller, question? Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leah Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez, Nancy Fixito,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer, Patricia Kishkatana,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yesler,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmons Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Cherry Hardman,
Count of 20 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions. This measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-43. Sponsors not here today. Chair will entertain a motion from another member. Representative Miller.
Since Manny's not here, I'll sponsor a resolution, Seminole Nation General Council approving the appointment of Brittany Niconish to complete the unexpired term of Tiffany Agum on the Seminole Nation Princess Committee. And I'm going to make a motion we approve this and ask for a second.
Second.
Made and seconded, discussion. Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Simpson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger. Yes. Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Patty Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixicott. Yes. David Narcome.
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Gessler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman,
Yes.
Count of 22 yes, 2 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-44. Representative Sampson.
GR 2017-44, a resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma General Council approving the reappointment of Brenda Walter to the Seminole Nation Princess Committee. Need a second.
Second.
Discussion.
All the questions.
Someone call.
Their mouth.
Did someone, question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please? Question.
Leetta Simpson,
Question is called for.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Patty Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixicott,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
No.
Patricia Kishkaton,
No.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Gessler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hardeman,
Yes.
Count of 22 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-45. Mrs. Hazelwood.
Introducing TR 2017-45, a resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma General Council approving the reappointment of Donald Coker to the Seminole Nation Princess Committee. Asking for a second.
Motion made and seconded. Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Simpson, Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger. Yes. Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Patty Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixicott,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Gessler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Ralph Coker, Dwayne Miller,
Yes.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman,
Yes.
By count of 23 yes, 2 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-46. Again, this is Chair's request to entertain a motion to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve from Representative Gonzalez. Do we hear a second?
Second.
Second by Representative Springer. Discussion. Do you have a question? Representative, we'll go from Representative Horn and then Representative Gessler.
Okay, my band had a question. On the very end, the statement of the home we are fixing, is correct? Is that what we're requesting? $7,788 to go into the funds for the home located at 13078 North South 3650 Road, Duoka?
Yes.
And it describes damages. Who damaged the home? Were they getting duct work, air duct? It says the ceiling fell in 2 bedrooms, bathrooms, hallway. I mean, was somebody up on the roof? Or maybe the ceiling came in because of it's an old home?
It was an old home, and when they I guess when they damaged the ceiling, it was discovered that they needed to replace the entire sheetrock throughout the home. So the program requested from the Bureau of Indian Affairs additional funding, which the Bureau has granted. We voted to request a contract for 2017. The Bureau has awarded this amount of funds and this amount of funds only to complete this project.
Who damaged the ceiling or the roof?
That I don't know. I think it was someone in the contracting group, but it's still.
From like originally on the home, or they tried to get it fixed and we're trying to go back behind something?
No, we were in the process of remodeling and repairing the home.
So we damaged somebody else's home, and now we're doing what we have to do to get more money out to recover it.
Well, it was part of the project.
Chief, I can answer that.
You want to answer that, Mike?
What happened, Cena, when we got into this house, look at this ceiling. Looks good, doesn't it? Same way that did in that house. What had happened previously, they'd had water damage, and there was just a few spots. What we had planned on doing, because of lack of funding, we were gonna kill that and then paint over, because it didn't, that looked like all it was just a leak here and there. Well, once they started putting new ductwork in the attic, that stuff started crumbling. We put a whole new heating system in, all new ductwork. And even though they were walking on those rat runs that were moving, and the sheetrock started coming down. So we didn't have the money to replace all that sheetrock. So I contacted VIA and Muskogee. Luckily, they had the money and said they would send it to us. So we were able to sheetrock the whole house and finish it.
Mike?
Yes, sir.
I only have one comment on this.
Pardon?
I have a comment when names of individuals, that should be confidential.
Yes,
They should be redacted out of any documents that comes before, and only the project number.
Right, I didn't know that about either.
Any further discussion? Representative Miller.
This doesn't have anything to do with that. I was just, my band was asking about Seminole Nation Day. What are we looking like there?
Oh, Representative Shaw. Representative Miller, we have a motion on the floor here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Any further discussion? Questions? Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Knockelman,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixico,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Sherry Hardman,
Yes.
By a count of 25 yes, 1 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. We have next item of business, the tribal resolution 2017-47, and Mrs. Cootie has asked that her name be withdrawn from consideration for this appointment, so we can withdraw this resolution at this time. Move on to tribal resolution 2017-48. Again, this is an item that Chair is requesting a motion to approve from the floor.
Make motion.
A motion to approve, is there a second? Do I have a second?
Second.
Have a second. Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcomen,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco,
Yes.
David Narcomen,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Colbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
No.
Charlie Hill,
No.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Terry Hartman,
No.
By a count of 21 yes, 5 no, and 0 abstentions, for this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-49. Again, this Chair is requesting a motion to approve. Kristen Shaw.
I'll do this one. TR 2017-49, the tribal resolution of the Seminole Nation of Oklahoma appointing Larry Harrison to the Seminole Nation BCR Regulatory Commission. May I ask for a second?
Second.
Motion made and seconded. Discussion, question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcomen,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Ida Gonzalez,
No.
Nancy Fixaco,
No.
David Narcomen,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Colbright,
No.
Nanette Hazelwood,
No.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yesler,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Sherry Hardman,
No.
By a count of 17 yes, 10 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is tribal resolution 2017-50. Again, Chair would entertain a motion to approve from the floor.
Make a motion to approve.
Motion to approve, do I hear a second? Second by Representative Coker.
Second.
Call for question.
Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley, John Narcomen,
No.
Rena Tiger,
No.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco,
Yes.
David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yessa,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie,
Yes.
Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain, Wayne Shaw,
No.
Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Sherry Hardeman,
No.
I count of 19 yes, 7 no, and 0 abstentions. Declare this measure to have passed. Next item of business is Tribal Resolution 2017-51. Again, the chair will entertain a motion from the floor to approve.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Representative Springer, second by Representative Ferrani.
Chief,
This, yes.
I just had a question, and I was kind of wanting to express the idea of how long would it take to get the HIP program moved under housing authority? Can we talk about maybe going down that avenue? I just think that we have some resources there, and we can maybe stretch the dollars a little bit further. And I'd just like to kind of have that discussion with the executive office, see if we can ever make that happen.
We could certainly have the discussion. We have not been funded. We have not received any funding for the HIP program since, new funding since I think 2013. And Bureau of Indian Affairs would prefer that they not fund it, but, you know, that's something we could consider. We continue to apply, but they haven't funded. Question is called for. Secretary, would you call the roll, please?
Leetta Sampson,
Yes.
Anthony Conley,
Yes.
John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco, David Narcome,
Yes.
Kelly Davis,
Yes.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
No.
Sina Yessa,
No.
Marilyn Moore,
Yes.
Lottie Cootie, Abraham Ferrani,
Yes.
Susie Harjo,
Yes.
Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw, Catherine McCoy,
Yes.
Charlie Hill,
Yes.
Dwayne Miller,
I'm sorry, Mary.
No.
Ralph Coker,
No.
Sherry Hardeman, Sherry Hardeman,
It's yes, sorry.
By count of 21 yes, 4 no, and 0 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. As we move into other business, the Attorney General has requested an opportunity to brief the council on some issues. There's no objection. Mike, you want to?
I will be very brief. Representative Muller.
I just had a question. When, my band, when we received these, all resolutions after the, 10-day notice, I wanted your opinion as to whether that's legal, because, 1982, we had a big court case where a federal judge at the 10th Circuit, said that, the administration had to submit a 10-day notice, written 10-day notice, and state the reasoning for the meeting. That would include resolutions. And then when we get them after that specified time, to me, that's out of order. So all of these resolutions, to me anyway, are out of order. So from here on, I think we need to start staying within that purview of what the judge ordered us.
We received most of those after the 10-day deadline. I agree with you that the 10-day notice is there so that bands and representatives have an opportunity to study, review, and vet all these issues and make an informed decision. A 10-day notice can be waived by this council on an emergency basis. But I agree that that's important. We work as fast as we can when we receive the resolutions. And we did request the agenda in advance and have sufficient time to work on it.
All I'm saying is that I know nothing will be done about it, but at some point, somebody might take it to court and hold the council feet to the fire.
Just real quickly, I've put on your, in front of you, a copy of the U.S. Supreme Court cases decided on Tuesday. It's called Lewis versus Clark. And it involves the Mohegan tribe in Connecticut. Mr. Clark was a limo driver for the Mohegan Gaming Authority, taking some casino patrons to the Mohegan Sun, and rear-ended the Lewises in their car on the interstate, and they suffered some serious injuries. They filed suit. The Mohegan tribe, Mr. Clark, defended on the basis of sovereign immunity because he was an employee of the Gaming Authority. The district court found against Mr. Clark, saying that he couldn't assert the immunity. It went to the Connecticut Supreme Court. This was in the state court. They reversed, and the Supreme Court accepted certiorari. The U.S. Supreme Court reversed the Connecticut Supreme Court and found that this individual could not claim the nation's immunity, and that for basically an off-reservation, run-of-the-mill auto accident, it was against an individual that didn't really implicate the interests of the Mohegan nation, and so therefore they couldn't claim sovereign immunity. The Mohegan tribe also had a provision that they would indemnify, that is, pay for the liability of one of their employees if they did something negligent. They excluded willful and wanton conduct, and the Supreme Court said that the indemnity didn't matter. So basically why this case is important is it was an extension of the confines of sovereign immunity and how far you can have sovereign immunity. And the Supreme Court had put in a new test that basically tribal employees will be subject to the same types of defenses that a state and federal official would have. That is qualified immunity, certain types of personal immunity. And it's basically under the same rubric as what you see with state police officers, state officials now. So a number of people in Indian country have been upset about this, that it cut back sovereign immunity, but I think it is less alarming, that it's basically consistent with what's out there for under civil rights law and state and federal governments. Representative Stern?
I have two questions. Once you're done about the case of Nebraska and then the Cherokee Nation lawsuit, can you guys when you get done?
Okay. So anyway, what I predict though is that this lawsuit, or I'm sorry, this decision is going to probably empower plaintiffs' lawyers to sue individual tribal employees more often. you'll see more lawsuits, and it's gonna probably be more expensive to defend those, because to assert qualified immunity for a tribal official or a tribal employee, you have to go to court and prove certain facts, and that's gonna take a little bit more time and energy, lawyer efforts and resources. So I just wanted to brief you all on that case, and I put a copy of it out in front of you. First, you said Nebraska. Which Nebraska case? The White Clay, Nebraska case, if you might recall, White Clay, Nebraska is just south of the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. And White Clay, I think, has the highest per capita number of liquor stores in the country, and one of the highest volumes of sales in the country. And I think the number of liquor stores actually outnumber the number of residents of White Clay, Nebraska. And there's been a push for some time to do something about this, because 90% or more of their sales are the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation residents and citizens who come across the state border from South Dakota to a reservation where it's dry, and get drunk and have lots of problems. And it's been a horrible social blight in northern Nebraska. There's been a lot of public scrutiny on it and pressure, and finally the alcohol licensing authority for the state of Nebraska revoked the licenses, as I understand it, of all the White Clay sellers of alcohol. My understanding, a recent development is that a district judge in Nebraska reversed or put on hold the suspension of those licenses, so they're still selling right now, but that's on appeal and will be considered in court about whether those were lawful revocations of the.
I thought that case had something to do with the tribe was asserting a former jurisdiction, and they had provisions in their law that didn't allow for liquor license on tribal property, and they were asserting that those liquor stores were on former reservation property.
I'm not aware of that argument. That could be a part of the license.
That was former Indian land.
And the sale of alcohol on the reservation. And then the Cherokee Nation lawsuits.
Last week ago Thursday, the Cherokee Nation, through their Attorney General and about 5 or 6 different law firms, filed a lawsuit against Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Amerisource Bergen, McKeeson, and Cardinal, and those three are opioid distributors. Opioids are a class of drugs, such as there's like opium-based drugs that they treat pain, and some synthetic drugs, where we've had a lot of them are abused by people across the country. And basically the Cherokee Nation has sued the distributors and the pharmacies, claiming that Cherokee citizens have a disproportionate abuse and damage from opioid addiction, and that the distributors and the pharmacies have not done enough to stop the epidemic. And they sued them in Cherokee Nation District Court, and it's currently pending. I believe that these cases are similar to ones that have been filed in West Virginia, in state courts there and federal courts against some of the same defendants. And they're on a theory of basically a nuisance, a public nuisance, that this opioid addiction is out of control, and these folks are not doing enough.
Well, one thing, so what's giving the Cherokee Nation the authority to assert their tribal laws on non-trust and restricted lands? Because they're basically in the jurisdiction, but they're not on restricted or trust lands, fee lands, but they're within the jurisdiction, right?
Good question. I mean, it's pretty bold to try to seek jurisdiction over non-Indians. In that way, when you don't have a defined reservation, like the Navajo reservation, it's, all reservation trust land. And my understanding is the Cherokees only have about 66,000 acres of trust land, with another 40,000 acres run along the Arkansas River that's been declared tribal trust land. But they have a 14-county jurisdictional area, so I'm sure that those issues will be tested in court. Under the Montana case, 1980 U.S. Supreme Court, there's a presumption against jurisdiction over non-Indians for civil and regulatory matters, except for two exceptions. One is for health, safety, welfare, political integrity of the tribe, and the other is for consensual relationships such as contracts and licensing. So it'll be an important test case. But they do have some pretty major law firms involved on the plaintiff's side for prosecuting claims for the Cherokee Nation.
I think they're going under former reservation, like former
No, this is
jurisdiction. It's all jurisdiction. I can't tell you that. It's going by former, because that's all we had, former jurisdiction. All right, now, how about our BCR? Have we got an investigation? Where are we on it? Have we heard anything?
I have heard absolutely nothing about that.
Susan? You're on that, you're the only remaining BCR board. How come we're not hearing that?
Well, when it's with the grand jury, you can't get anything out until they get ready to give you it.
Oh, they're still in grand jury? I thought grand jury could only convene 1 year.
They never completed their process.
I think they got a 1 year.
Representative Miller?
As long as you hold on to your seats, but I had a tribal member ask me this, there's a day coming when the Seminole Nation is going to recognize gay marriage.
That's above my pay grade.
The last time you've never really considered, there was some discussion about that aspect of the code, but you've never, unless you're bringing it up to introduce it.
Those are policy issues for this body to
That's
consider.
what this person asked me, would the council or somebody in the council be willing to bring it forward and just kind of do a test to see how it would do. I know the Cherokees and a few other tribes have, let's be grown up here. We're moving in that direction whether you like it or not. And they do have rights, gay, lesbians, and so forth. They do have rights, and whether you accept that or not, they still, in some arenas, have a right to get married. And so I just thought I'd bring it forth at some point.
with a Supreme Court case, take precedence.
It's a sovereign decision for
It's in the
tribes
code.
to make that determination. But the Osage Nation recently voted, probably about 6 weeks ago, a constitutional amendment to permit same-sex marriage within the Osage Nation.
I don't see whether it would do any good, whether we say they can or can't, they go out here and go to Seminole down there and get married. And it doesn't affect.
But what if they're Seminole Indians and they want to get married in Seminole, under Seminole court or law, whatever?
I don't think we've got that many cedar trees.
We have provision in the law that doesn't allow it or recognize it.
Any other questions for Mr. McBride?
I just have one last thing. One of the resolutions that you considered today was, I believe, the Tribal Resolution 2017-29. And not only did it have some funding for churches in there, but provisions to pay your attorneys. Pro and Dunleavy, Michael Salem, the work he did several years ago, and also the Kanji Katzen, who we owe through our contract for the work. And we're getting to be close to 6 months behind. And I would implore you all to come current with us. I love representing you all, but we're also a business, and we need to pay our bills, pay our staff, and so forth. So I hope there's something that can be done to bring us current.
Do we have a deadline on that?
Last week.
Well, do I have something? I'm waiting to go to the next thing on the agenda. Because we're finished, we're under adjournment next, but the thing is, I had two things that I requested earlier in this council meeting to bring before the court, before this council. And, we're running out of time, so I'd like to get it done. Mr. McBride finished, and now it's the court.
Thank you.
One of them was a request about
Mr. Shaw, go ahead.
about a hoop house for the vineyard up there. They said there was, what do you call it? It's one of those things, when we build it, they'll reimburse us. I don't know how large we're looking for a hoop house up there or anything, so at this time, I'm going to defer that to the administration to figure out who the powers are being, tell us what size hoop house we need, how much money we need, and if we can fork the money up at the next meeting, so for reimbursement, shouldn't be costing us nothing. So I'm gonna leave that alone. Talked to y'all about a credit card earlier. I don't know how you're gonna do this, because it's gonna have to be named, things like this, it's gonna be like a personnel. So, do we go into executive session? I'm asking you, or do we leave it as it is and let everybody hear?
Say anything, we'll break it out.
Personnel.
Wait, I got a question for you before you go into executive session or we vote on it. Do you have proof, do you have evidence and all that to show, display, like, credit card, receipts and all that, or not? Or is it merely hearsay so?
I'll have to refer to my bench on it.
You understand what I'm saying? In order to bring things like facts, we must see it in order to vote on it. If it's merely hearsay so, hey, we don't have a leg to stand on.
Make a motion to adjourn.
No, we gotta do
We need
it.
Do we have?
We have proof. There's proof. Do I have it here with me today to show you? No, but there,
We don't need to talk about it today.
Mr. Shaw, Mr. Shaw, and I would agree with Representative Hill, if you have documentation, then please. Well, Mr. Shaw, if you have the documentation, you wish the council to consider that for action, then pull that together, and then we can discuss the appropriate action.
Rather than talk about this and do all this, I implore you and the assistant chief and our police or whatever to go investigate this and bring.
Again, you have to provide, I mean, the investigative authority probably would be the Justice Department, the AG's office. You have to provide them with the sufficient information to justify the time.
I'm just asking you to investigate, see if it's the truth or not. If you're scared, then that's all right too. Don't bother.
Again, you've not provided anything other than
hearsay. I'll bring it to your office, okay?
But Wayne, still with that, because the executive office right now is overseeing S&GE, it'd be hard to try to,
Then do I need to bring it to Chief now?
No, he's not, he doesn't have, the best place would be the AG's office.
And then we ain't got the money to pay him, how we gonna do this? Somebody's gotta do that. What did we do before we had an AG?
You should have had AG for a long time, so normally that's dealt.
Not wanting to do the work that you're at, we're putting everything off on AG's office, which is, he said, we need money to here, now tomorrow it's gonna be up there, so we gotta straighten up somewhere.
We've got 5 minutes, sure.
I would just ask if Chief staff come up and give us an update about maybe an improvement in the relationship with our sheriff, and then.
If we ask that at the next council meeting, because we do have an item of very critical importance.
Just one minute.
I really, because although that's an important thing, I think we need to consider what we're gonna do about payment for Attorney General. So.
Okay, one question. Not any better.
Yes.
Get better. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, we're at a point, Representative Miller.
I just wanted, this has something to do with the Attorney General. I was going to ask if you would consider forming a task force of the council, so we could determine how we could find funds to pay the Attorney General. And but I was just going to throw that out there for that recommendation.
If I can, absolutely, Cody, we need to do a couple of things. We want to continue the discussion. We're 5 minutes from 5 o'clock. I would need approval from the council to continue the meeting to address the emergency, the issue that the Attorney General has raised with respect to his bill. We have to vote on that. We have to vote to extend. There's no objection.
Make a motion, we go 20 minutes over.
We have a motion to move to continue the meeting for 5:20. Seconded. Pardon? If there's consensus of the council, we'll move to 5:20. If there's an objection, then vote. Representative Cootie.
I'm with that credit card thing. We have to do something if we don't want our casinos to shut down. I had information. I asked for advice and see what we could do or what can happen. And the thing that has taken place, it was brought to me, and it was a rumor, you understand, but I wanted to see what the NIGC would do. I didn't said off the record. I asked for information as to what would happen to it. And being that casino is under the trial, if something happens, it always comes back here. So one of the things that Wayne is talking about, the credit card. My understanding is that that should have never happened to have that personal credit card in that person's name. It should have never happened. Not with that copy. So we as council people can ask for receipt of the credit card and get those receipts and then go from there. It has to happen because if it gets back to NIGC without us taking care of it in-house, they're going to come and shut
Some
us down.
things ought to be done in executive session.
So,
Mr. Shaw has indicated that he would provide information that will allow us to move forward on this. So if we give him a chance to do that, we'll start with that.
we'll meet with him or we'll go back and
I'll do both.
Thank you.
We really, as indicated earlier, we really do need to consider what we would like, how we're going to approach the Attorney General's bill. In the proposed resolution for the settlement fund, the contractual services line item was specifically dedicated, of $390,690 was specifically dedicated to payment of these bills and being able to continue the services to move forward for the balance of through, in the case of the Attorney General, through 9/30. In the case of Ackerman's contract, you've approved a contract through December 30th. So the funds allocated here were designed, one, to catch us up with our current bills with our attorneys, but also to be able to provide for Mr. Ackerman's contract for the balance of his contract, as well as support, some funds for support from the Attorney General's office during this time period. I would ask the council to consider approve a verbal resolution to consider this portion of the payments and request that it come from the only source that we really have available to us, which is the $415,000 that's left in the account, local account. So our request would be for $390,690 for a budget, a special budget for specifically to support the legal services related, legal and other contractual services related to the minerals claim, the historic reservations claim, and other legal services you've requested in this regard. And that the funding come from the, I have the part on here, the $450,000 that's on deposit at Security State Bank in, I believe, when we walk, Representative Narkman.
Settlement account.
The settlement account, Representative Narkman.
So what is our total, amount that we owe to legal fees?
In arrears, we have we're in arrears for 178,000. Now that, when I say in arrears, it does not include the bill we have received for this month in April for that invoice. So we're talking about everything that we owe from March, the billing for March backwards. And it's mostly for this fiscal year.
And what is that grand total?
178,000. Now, and then I think we received a bill this month for 41,000, so you would add that in as well. But that's current. Yeah. And we believe what the budget that was proposed here would do was basically get us caught up and give us a chance then to stay current for the balance of the year, provided the general fund budget passed, which it did. So that'll give us a little bit of leeway in that respect. Now, we still have to fund the general fund budget completely, so we're still faced with that challenge probably in June to July. But at least if we could get this piece considered, then we would be in a position to kind of stay on top of it and generally stay ahead of it, or even.
I think we really, as a council, really recognize the need that he doesn't need to get paid because, like you said, he has.
Would this be a loan?
No, this is not a loan. This is in support of the legal claims that you're asking us to pursue.
I understand what you're saying and all that, okay, about paying off the AG and all that with the last 2-3 months that we owe him and all that, but in a case like this, okay, we're just about ready to adjourn and all that, and when you leave it up on us as a verbal motion to go ahead and vote on it, we're not speaking up for the people. We're not taking it back to our people, and it's their money and all that. You putting a lot of burden on us, like, hey, you say yes or no, and we'll do it. And if we say yes, and then the people are gonna be uptight because we went over their head, took it upon ourselves, and not getting with it. That's the only drawback I see. Me, I don't particularly care, either way, but I'm here for the people. And I don't believe Mr. McBride will start next 2 months until we get back first Saturday in June, and we can always give them commodities over here.
Do you just flip all your bills?
We have to pay.
The point at which he cannot continue. And I think he indicated just a few minutes ago that I believe if not at that point, it will be very shortly.
I see, but I know some of the council members could care less about the people,
Representative Moore.
We could do that, get that out and get them paid and everything. We had a chance to do that today, to get it settled and everything, and pay them. But right now, y'all wanna do it a different way, so just by doing it for them, and that's good, to get them paid. But what about the other ones that were on the list?
They would stay.
Can you do something?
Obviously the council could do anything it wants to with that, in that consent. You can do that, how you wish to address it. We're just asking for this piece because the Attorney General has indicated that, they really kind of carry this about as long as they believe they can. And Representative Jeff.
I know we talked about contract, but it was just an extension. Did we give a deadline or end contract? I mean, did we know, are our services out throughout the year? Are we going to next March? When's the end of our contract for our AG?
Would have been in probably end of March. February, would have been at the March quarterly meeting.
This year?
It's annual, isn't it? When your contract is.
Well, they extended it three
That's
years.
why I'm asking, what was the extension for?
It wasn't 3 years.
What, a date set or time?
It's been the extensions have been 1 year at a time.
No, they just said extension, they didn't say 1 year or 6 months. Didn't they say 1 year?
Last year or this year? This year, last year. So we went past our 1 year. Okay, so just coming, as far as, I'm not trying to be rude about it, but coming just to get our money, I mean, get the money, get paid and caught up? Or did we do we need to do another extension? I mean, because it's been past that year extension.
Representative Hill, I thought you had brought a measure up a while ago that extended the Attorney General. Maybe a contract wasn't done to that extension, but I thought that was brought up.
Today?
No, this was a while back, where we do it every 3 years instead of every year. Remember when that came up? Then I think that passed. I don't think a contract was written, but I think it passed here.
Continuing on the existing contract. You're still under the.
That's actually where to get this question.
To answer your question, we've been continuing under our existing contract dating back to 2013. We've frozen our rates, we've kept all the same provisions. And it's been continuing year to year. And I thought it was extended through March of this year. And we've just been going month to month, so we've been operating on the same contract.
Representative Springer?
I make the verbal resolution that we pay our legal fees and contract fees that we're obligated to from the funds that were mentioned earlier. Transfer
Second.
Would that suffice for everything that we've got outstanding at this point?
Which dollar amount are we doing?
Which dollar amount? Their outstanding is, I think I saw the treasurer leave, so I can't give you specifics. 178,000, I believe, is the outstanding amount.
Take us to the end of the year.
He's only asking to pay the bill.
No, he said 390.
Are you saying the 390? Originally, you didn't say quote.
The 390.
You know, state that again so everyone can hear you.
A verbal resolution to fund the 390 to cover legal fees and contracted services.
And the amount of?
$390,000, whatever the changes.
It would be 390,000. As proposed in this budget, it was 390,690. And what?
What account is it coming out of? Whatever.
Settlement account.
Representative Springer, the question is, which account is it coming out of? And I believe it's the settlement account at Security State Bank.
Yeah, the one at State Bank, Security Bank. The account out of Security Exchange Bank.
Security State Bank.
Security State
Yeah.
Bank.
It's the $400,000 account. Yes.
Call for question.
It would be 390,630. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second. All right, discussion, Representative Shaw.
It's not a discussion, it's a point of, information. I'm gonna let y'all know now, I knew this was gonna happen. That's the reason I brought up that Security State Bank money, so I could get that graveyard. Y'all tried to table it on. Now where am I gonna get the money? Because I told y'all that's where it was gonna come from. Now, they've got to expend that money. I want y'all to be thinking about it. I wanna come forward again, I wanna ask again for that same amount for our Chicago cemetery. You can table it or shut it down, whatever you wanna do. But by God, I'm gonna get an answer sooner or later until we're broke. Because we're gonna get outspent right here at the
Representative Fulbright.
Mr. McBride, I know you've come to us, not just today, but in prior meetings, a couple, 2 or 3 times, about what we owe you. And our band chief had spoke to me and said, y'all need to pay your bills. You've accrued these bills with the attorney. Anything that the council has approved, you need to take care of the bills. Don't just think you're gonna get it for free, because it doesn't happen that way. And this was instructions to our band to pay the bills. Pay the attorney, because you're on the verge, are we on the verge of losing legal counsel?
I can't work for free.
I know, see?
That's right.
I can't either. I mean, everybody goes to work and they expect to get paid. And that's one of the reasons I was very disappointed to see this table today, because, I mean, it's just, there was some obligations in there. I wish we could have had the opportunity to think positive and, you know, and say, hey, we need to take care of some of these bills. But it's, you know, but that's the way our band feels. We gotta take care of our bills that we accumulate, that we spend. I mean, every letter you guys want the attorney to write, it costs, what, a few $100s? I mean, how many times do we not even think about it in a meeting to do something and legally and think he's gonna do it for free? And I'll call for question on it.
Representative Cuddy.
Chief, from the beginning, the money that was being paid to our attorney, it came out of your budget?
That's general fund. It comes out of the Justice Department budget, general fund.
Okay, so you had money in there, you were paying it until you got behind on other things. Is that right? Is that why we didn't have any money to pay?
The last couple of years, we've gone over the Justice Department budget through the request from the council for additional, over what we expected to pay. We've gone over that budget.
So why didn't you come back when you were going over the budget? Why didn't you modify your budget and bring it back to the council?
Because there's no revenue. There was no revenue. There was no revenue to be had. That's why we're in a position now. We've been able to cover it previously with, you know, by not spending as much money in other areas. This year, we're not in that position because we haven't had a full budget, so we haven't been able to really make those adjustments. But just as we're going forward, we know, looking at the additional costs that are associated with the minerals claims and some other things you've asked for in the last year and a half, they're well beyond the basic budget that we've outlined for just the routine work that is done in support of the court and in support of the nation. So that's why we're asking for it to come out of a fund that's really geared toward, when we go after the minerals claim, there's a lot of time and effort there that's not part of our original day-to-day work. When we do something like try to work with the historic boundaries and some various issues of that, they're beyond what we ordinarily do, and they're fairly intensive as far as the research is concerned and preparation. So that's the distinction between what we're asking for here and what we've done in the past. This is largely work above and beyond what we had programmed and what we would position ourselves for in the budget for the Justice Department. So, so that we need another source of revenue to support this effort.
So why you was asking for that 10% from?
That's part of it, but we still would have asked for this as well, because, you know, just the volume of activity that's going on from the Justice Department has, you know, reached a level where it's costing a lot more than it used to. So, and we're behind in the revenue structure to make that keep up with.
I can't get the idea that we had these months coming in and we never heard anything about getting extra money so that you could pay them or the lobbyists. I don't know how much we owe the lobbyists either, but like I said, it has to be paid. I know that, but there's just so many other things that, you know, the money that we have to do this, we need to take it back to the band, because if we vote the way we vote, then they say, well, why did you do that? Because we didn't do that, okay? So.
Most everything was approved by council. You know, remember the Salem case? when we could actually change tribal law. Instead, we went to court, and council got beat in tribal court over the court administrator, and you were forced to change the law anyway if you wanted to accomplish the goal and objective that the council wanted to do. Remember that one? And then we had that whole investigation. That's a part of this. I think it's like $40,000 or something. That's not even.
All I'm saying is, if you're running short of money, if there's money available at the time, why not come back and ask them?
But the problem is we haven't had money available at the time. So, we're running. Representative Sampson?
This here monies that we're removing is monies where we were passed over. And everybody know what I'm talking about. Mike, I apologize now, but my people did not want us to vote to get this money out to anyone. I know you need to get paid, and I have no problem with that. But I do have a problem with voting yes today, because we were passed over like we were not here. You say you're for your people, but you're only for a fine few, and you leave us there. Thank you.
Representative Shaw?
Well, I agree we need to pay our bills. There's no getting around that. We made the bill and we need to pay it. I agree with that. But I'm gonna ask something from the administration. We spent $765,000 of settlement funds from that ramen noodle or whatever it is. Well, then I'd like to know who we paid, where we paid it, because we never got, I don't know, maybe y'all got budget breakdowns, I didn't. I would like to know wherever you may have, I didn't.
The treasurer sent the council an itemized list of what she paid with those funds. It was provided to the council. I'm not sure how, but she did provide it. Representative Narkin.
A couple of things, if you could just maybe resend that information again to the board. The other thing was that there are some questions about the money, Security State Bank. What funds is that?
It's the account, I believe, is the household assistance program account, is what I believe is what it's called.
It was formerly the household assistance.
Okay.
It's considered a settlement account.
Representative Springer. Question is called for on the proposed verbal resolution to appropriate $390,690 for provide for contractual services, legal services, and other contractual services to support minerals and historic claims, to provide for attorney payments to Attorney General and related contracts. Secretary, would you call the roll on the verbal resolution?
Leanna Sampson,
No.
Anthony Conley, John Narcome,
Yes.
Rena Tiger,
Yes.
Kevin Hardeman,
Yes.
Heidi Gonzalez,
Yes.
Nancy Fixaco, David Narcome,
Abstain.
Kelly Davis,
Abstain.
Sterling Springer,
Yes.
Patricia Kishkaton,
Yes.
Karen Fulbright,
Yes.
Nanette Hazelwood,
Yes.
Jennifer Horn,
Yes.
Sina Yesler,
Yes.
Marilyn Moore, Lottie Cootie, Abraham Ferroni,
Yes.
Susie Harjo, Emmett Spain,
Yes.
Wayne Shaw,
Yes.
Catherine McCoy,
Abstain.
Charlie Hill,
Abstain.
Dwayne Miller, Ralph Coker,
Yes.
Cherry Hardeman, Cherry Hardeman,
Yes.
By a count of 19 yes, 2 no, and 5 abstentions, declare this measure to have passed. We are within a couple of minutes of our 5:20 deadline.
Motion adjourned.
We have a motion to adjourn. Do I hear a second?
I just want a clarification about the
Okay.
payment.
Yes, sir.
Is this for Ackerman?
This would include Ackerman, yes. It includes AG and several insurance contracts as well. Motion to adjourn, do I hear a second?
Second.
All in favor, stand, and President Hardeman, you want to dismiss us today?
Most gracious and high God, Father, we thank you for this assembling here today. Father, we just thank you for this nation. We thank you for our people. And Father God, we just ask you for more understanding, Father God, but most of all for more spiritual understanding, Father God. We thank you for this place that we have to have this meeting here this day, Father God. And we ask that you just keep us all within your boundaries, Father God. We just ask that for safe travel on the way home today. We thank you for our leadership, and we just pray for greater leadership, for greater understanding and greater wisdom, Father God, within the whole nation, Father God. These words we lift up into your darling Son of Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, man.